Right, sorry about that. I should hopefully have a proper stream started now. Right, so I think we are back on. Sorry about that. I will just sort out all that issue I had before. I do apologise. For some reason it was filming the stream in portrait mode and I don't want that. So if it is still like that... Right, so that seems fine. Right, I do apologise. The Wi-Fi's hopping about and doing whatever it wants to do. But hopefully we should get something going. Right, the chat has loaded up on here, so that's at least good. I think. Oh. Nah. So this Wi-Fi is going to be a pain in the backside today, I think. So I have been finding lately that it keeps hopping up and down and being quite poor lately, but yeah, this isn't very good, is it? This needs sorting out, really. I can't really do anything about it, though. I can't just magically make... So I think you're just going to be hopping on and off, on and off, and on and off, which is going to be a shame. I do not want a stream running like this. I think the computer's eating the Wi-Fi. It's working now on here, but for how long is an age-old question. Ah, right, I've just seen... Hello, JJ. The Wi-Fi's mucking about. I think it's working now, but it's not loading the chat on the computer, which is annoying. I shall sort this out. Oh dear. I'm quite glad I've got some Guinness with me. I think I'm gonna need it. We shall see. Yeah, comment. Computer's going off just to see if that will make things better. But it is seemingly ticking over fine. I'll let everyone else decide. So I've been going 5 minutes already and I haven't even technically started, which is great going. Right, computer's off, stream's going fine. I assume the chat's still going. I'm just gonna adjust the tripod and it's just going to be a bit of shaky camera work. There you go. I won't be able to see the chat terribly well. I'm going to have to roll back every so often. Right, a swig of the Guinness and I think I shall start. So, sorry for that long wait and welcome to the official start of this live stream. Here we are actually on the workbench instead of watching some trains running around the layout, and we are going to be restoring this old Hornby hymek, bringing it back from the dead. I was given this as well as a what was a Caledonian liveried pug, once was repainted into an Avonside engine, and I got that going already. I didn't want to do that on the video or stream. I decided I'd do this one on stream though. So this is my project for today, for tonight really. I don't know how long it'll take. Normally if I wasn't filming it'd probably take me an hour at most, probably half of that. So yeah, I'm just going to slowly go with it and just chat along, and I'm not going to rush this one. But as you can see, it's already in quite a poorly state. Now, it doesn't have its buffer beams nor buffers. It's fairly scratched around. There's a paint splodge up there. And there's a big soldering mark down there. Now, I can't really do much about that soldering iron mark, apart from if I ever put some filler in it and all that. I'm not going to get into doing that. The only thing I'm going to really do to the body shell is clean it up. It sort of runs. I tested, when I first tested it, it never ran. But I put it on the track literally last night, and it jittered a bit, and I got it slowly crawling along, and it kept stalling and all that. So it is desperately in need of a service and a good clean up. Couplings are bent and all like that. Now, I already have a hymek, and here it is here. This one's not perfect itself. It's got the buffers on one end but missing on the other. Apart from that, it's a very clean one, and it runs very nicely. So yeah, this is sort of what I'm going for, in the looks of things, that clean. Of course, I will have that paint splodge and the soldering mark down there and that. But I also have this here for reference if I just lose track of what is what. Now, I can see the chat on here and just leaning back a bit. So if anyone wants to start a conversation rolling, please do. This stream will also include me having to disappear every so often. That's just for things, well, I can't do right in front of the camera, which is cleaning the body shells up, which you'll just have to sit and wait a bit and just make conversation of your own during it. So, yes, that sort of stuff will, just keep yourselves going when I'm gone. And it shouldn't really be too many disappearing acts, but it is what it is. So it looks like the stream's still rolling. If anyone can confirm, apparently we have 4 people watching as well, which is brilliant. So anyone that can confirm the stream is still rolling happily, then do pop in the chat, and then I shall begin working on the hymek, which of course is the beginning is body removal. All good, thanks Chris. So I shall start disassembling. So you can see under here it's quite mucky as well, although is the brass is in a similar state as the one I've already done a while back. I wasn't given that other one. I actually got it as a non-runner, and the only thing that actually made it a non-runner was a component that was missing. So I'm going to try and disassemble it. It might be useful to have a little screwdriver. Right, ease out there. And time for the back end. Right, and here we go. Some pieces have already fallen out. So that body will go straight to cleaning. I won't do that just yet. I'll get some other components stripped out before. Now what's interesting, it's still got its do not unscrew label, which is nice, so I shall keep that in a little dish there. And another thing to note is the window glazing has fallen out. I didn't actually think it had its other one left, so that's quite good. That just means I can glue it in place, although I've just pushed it in place and it's quite solid. I've just noticed the front's damaged, so it must have had a heavy shunt at one point. So we're seen with a couple of wires, this blob here, and just got to remove the clip. As per the little label actually says, you just sort of lift and slide the clip out, and I should keep that aside. So then this should drop out, and as you can see, there's no actual wires going anywhere. They're just loose. So that means this, when I tested it, wasn't running off its rear pickups, which is quite interesting to note. The rear bogie is plastic, whereas the front one's metal, and I can't remove this one, which is a shame. But yes, that's worth noting. So with that, I might have to open up the other one and just see which side the wires go to. Sometimes they can be a bit different, so we'll find out. And I shall work on this bogie later on. And we begin by actually unscrewing this top piece. So I'll get my trusty screwdriver, and I do apologise if my hands ever get in the way, because they will. So that's that one done, and we've got this little piece to remove. Now this piece I'm removing now, if it stops clinging onto the thread, was the bit that the other one was missing. So I know where that goes, I can remember it. The other one doesn't have it, but I know where it is. Now I'm going to pinch either side. The brushes will probably hop out. Here we go. And this is what holds the brushes, this little part here. I can note where that is. And there's just this another piece there. So I might take all the components out again from where I've put them, and I can put them, it'll be out of shot, but I can put them in the order of which they go back together, like so, which you can't see. Here's the pickup mechanism, and I've just got to slot it out of place. Now I don't really care about this at the moment. I can either resolder it or not fit it. The other one, I've removed it. And I actually used part of it to fix it and get it running. So, yeah. So I'm just going to sort of carefully remove that. Now there's a solder mark on there, which suggests that's where one of the wires go. And it looks fairly clean on the contacts, but I shall clean that up at some point. And I shall just leave that there, and I shall remove the other one, which I can't see a sign of having any soldering on it, but I just might just can't see it at the moment. I cannot see any soldering pads there. Now this piece, this plastic piece needs to be removed. I assume the stream's running fine. We have 4 people watching. It just knocked down from 5. And I just got to remove that. I'm talking as if I'm doing a tutorial on how to service these. This is in fact the second one I've ever done. And like that, there's a little nut that's come off. And I shall thread that nut back on and put it away so I don't lose it. Hello Digger, how are you? Welcome to the stream, and I hope you enjoy watching me bringing this hymek back from the dead. And yeah, it's sorry, just got a nice little drink to have. So there's a little brush in there, and somewhere will be the other brush. Yeah, and I shall put that in my dish of small components. That I will send off to be clean. I say send off. I'll actually clean the chassis up as well. I'll just put aside for cleaning in due course. Now I've got to remember all this because here we go. This just is in like that. I'm gonna have it so it's like that, and I'm just gonna put it forward so I know where it is. I'm good, thank you. Hope you are well. Yes, I do enjoy bringing older locos back into use. Yes, it's a very fun little thing to do. Nice evening project in general, as well as at least in my personal opinion, I love my brand new locos. You know, the detail on them, how quiet they run and all that. They're beautiful models and very intricate and exquisite. But there's also something about the older models that just have this charm to them, don't they? They just are very nice and pleasant and easier to work on. I'd say out of all of them, this is the hardest one to work on from my experience. Like the XO4 motors and that, they're very easy. And yeah, they got, like I say, this character to them, which is just quite sweet. Right, these are... right, so we got the clips in the end. I'm just going to use a fine screwdriver. The only problem with doing servicing is the chance of losing parts, which is quite high in my case. Normally, I lose something to the carpet. I'm going to try a bigger screwdriver. Yeah, I normally lose something to the carpet, so I'm begging it doesn't happen. Just got to prise these up. I don't know how long it's been since these were out, or if they've ever been out. Looking at the commutator, it would have been out at some point. I'm going to try the other side, I think. Aha. The other side's coming out nicely. There we go. And these are identical, so it doesn't really matter about where they go. Let's try again with this one. Did that move, or was that just my eyes? I think it was my eyes. So yeah, I'm just gonna take my time on this. Me too. Yeah, they are very nice. Not bad. Thanks, dear. Just staying by the radiator. Fair enough. I had the heater going in here for about half an hour before I come in here, just to make sure it was nice and warm, because it was fairly cold. Come on. Aha. It's coming out now. Just. Ta-da. So that one has actually fallen apart, which is a pain because I don't have another one. So I think it will secure on one side. If not, I'm sure I'll find something. But I'm not going to get into that just yet. When I need it, I will sort that out. It's annoying when things like that happen, but it just does. These parts, they want cleaning up, but it won't hurt. And then there's the bearings. And that chassis, well, this bogie is nearly ready for cleaning up. I'm just going to get rid of the wheels though. I'm not actually properly getting rid of them, I'm just removing them, which is unscrewing this base. I'm gonna move that up there for now. That's that one. I've just seen Ashley's on here too. Hello Ashley. I'm sorry I had to stop the stream earlier. I was filming portrait and I don't know why, and I seem to have been unable to change it. I will remove that video after. We have 8 people on the stream, which is very good. I think last stream that was the most I had, so that is very good. And that's the base plate off. Looks fairly nice. I'll give that a clean. And these wheels are held in because we got these magnets, which are from Magnadhesion. These are quite filthy, so I shall sort them out eventually, and it will just be old rubbish that have built up. And throughout the stream you'll see my hands progressively get more and more black. I'm actually going to clean these too. I just wanted them out the chassis, well, out the bogie, sorry, just to make things a bit easier. So I will have to do a little bit of a disappearing act at the moment. I'm just going to have a bit of drink. And I'm going to clean up all that chassis and put it in front of a heater. I like the hymek. I might see if I can get one to fix up. Yeah, they're worth doing. I've got 3 hymeks. One's a ring-filled one, the later BR green, and now I've got 2 of these blue ones. So yes, I shall just disappear briefly. I don't know how long I shall be gone. Hopefully no more than a few minutes, but I need to give them a nice good clean up with an old toothbrush. So I shall leave you all to have a conversation in the chat. Yep, it's one you don't have yet. They are nice. I don't know what more modern ones have. I only have the old Hornby ones, but they seem quite pleasant. Right, I shall be back in a few minutes. Right, I'm back. Sorry for that wait. So all those have cleaned up. The body has come out quite nice, very similar to how this pristine one is. So let's see. So Timber must be on. So hello, Timber. Hope you're well. So you're just having a nice conversation there. So yeah, I am back, and I shall start cleaning up. Oh, sorry. I shall start cleaning up around the commutator and all the little components I have here, which aren't actually that very many. Bit of Guinness. So I'm just trying to decide what I do first. These little bearings aren't bad. I don't think they want cleaning up really, to be honest. The fluff on that one's, well, it's still about. I thought it had broken off, but no. I think I shall just start cleaning for the base of the motor bogie. So just get a nice selection of cotton buds. So I hope you weren't all too bored whilst I was gone. Soaked a lot in IPA. I have IPA. I'm not gonna soak it down in it. I'm just gonna clean it off with it, because I have it in a spray bottle, which is convenient for other things but not convenient for this. So I do use my IPA, but normally I only need it on commutators and that, and little bits that I don't need soaking as such. All that grime's already coming off quite nicely. Let's do the other side. Yeah, it's IPA is great stuff for doing stuff like this. Very good alcohol. Apparently irritant, although they use it in hand sanitizer. I think it's meant to be irritant. And they're, like I say, used in hand sanitizer, and I don't find it bad. Right, let's clean that up quite nicely. Any methylated spirit is a good cleaner too. Oh, I have got a tiny bit of methylated spirit, but it's in my one of my lamps. Not a railway lamp, but it isn't like an oil burning lamp thing. But I had meths at the time and slung it in there, but all of it's gone now. This is all magnetic stuff that's stuck to it. Now really I don't need these fitted anymore, because this would have worked with old track and not new, but I shall still fit these back so they're all kept in a nice spot. That's always an effective way of getting loose bits of rubbish off. Right, that's one done. Masking lever residue IPA is better. Well, I have always used IPA really. Never really used anything else other than IPA since I first saw about it. I thought, well, it's good stuff. So this will be a mix of general dirt and then whatever's stuck to the magnets. But I don't know how long it's been since this was serviced or last properly ran or anything. All I know was who owned it, and it's mine now. So yeah, let's clean up these sides now. And this is just rubbish it's picked up from the motor, and that's already cleaned up quite nicely. Here's the other side. Oh no, I can't use the other side. I'm onto a new one. I got more cotton buds than what you can see, but I just like to get so many at a time and do it. And that one's stuck to that side of the magnet. So, as people saw in my servicing videos, I was using the wrong oil on my locos. I ran out of proper sewing machine oil that I used to always use. And I was using this 3-in-1 that I know people don't like it, but I've spent quite a while using it. I just never got round to buying oil, but I've got an oil pen now, Gauge Master. It's fairly new, I've only had it oil a couple of locos, so it's alright. I have both maths is used for surface cleaning, and it tracks up really good. Righty ho. Now there's a lot of hair on this, but that seems to have got rid of most of it. There's some in there which I have a needle which might be able to shift some of it. Right, that's made it so I can grab it. This is the thing with spinning parts along. Hares grab into it and like to become good friends with it, but then that can put strain on the motor. Yep, that seems to have done that. So a part has fell on the floor, but I've got it. The thing with leather chairs is they make such a noise. And I just used I'll show you this properly in a bit, a Bardic lamp, just to find that part. So I'll just slide it back on, and I'm on to cleaning up the commutator. So a bit of IPA, just shine that up. Sometimes if they are black, sometimes commutators are black, and I mean, you can, no matter how much you clean them, that's just how the surface has gone. And I sometimes use a wire wheel on them. And I know it's not preferred with some people, but I don't mind doing it. And it's all right. It brings it back down to a nice surface, and I've never known it stop a loco running like that. These little slits seem quite clean actually. I'm not seeing any dirt on the end of the needle, which is very good. Not many locos are like that. So that's that. Yes, liquid resin has to be removed before curing the model. Right, so that's all cleaned up and ready, I think, to be fitted back in. And I guess the next little thing are these pickups. So I shall get the cotton bud and I'll go over the full thing. I know only the ends really need it, but why not do the whole thing whilst you can, make it look nice, clean. I say presentable, you won't see it, but it's nice to know that they are clean. I like doing this. The whole reason I got my other blue hymek, which is off the camera at the moment, the reason I got it is for the sake of I wanted a restoration project, and it only took probably an hour or so, and that included fashioning up a new part for it. So yeah, I'm sorry I'm talking a bit slow. It's a mix of concentration and talking that unless I'm doing a video normally, I don't do. Right, this pickup's nice and grubby. Not anymore. And this one, not anymore. Those are nice. You can actually, it's quite interesting, you can visibly see the wear on the pickups and where the running wheels have made them look quite fresh still. So apologies, I did have the computer running at the start of the stream, but it just, I don't think the Wi-Fi liked it, because I would have seen your chat a bit more often, but yeah. One more bit, just making sure that's nice and clean. That one doesn't really need it. One more cotton bud, I think. Just shine it up. And for now, oh no, we've got the brushes. I forgot about them. I was going to say for now, I think that's all of it, but no. We got a couple of little brushes that want a nice little clean up. They have definitely been run. They've still got meat to them. I don't think I've ever had to replace a brush on a model, and I've got quite a few older models. The brushes seem to last. Just scratch that down a bit. Fresh contact. And then another one just there. So I have this, I'll show you now, this little dish that I'm just storing things in. Did the hymek run before? Well, when I first had it, it was given to me in a box full of other bits and bobs, and I put some power to it and it didn't want to go, and then last night I thought, well, let's just have a little go, and it jutted a tiny bit, and after probably about 15 minutes it would run very slowly and keep stalling. So I mean, it was barely running really. It was basically crawling, and you know, it was like, stop. But yes, it barely ran, let's put it like that. It was very much not running. So yeah, this is, when it's done, it should hopefully run like this one, which is nice, and then I can double head them. But this is my nice one. You can see how clean those bogies are and the bodywork, which I'm handling with grubby hands. But I am going to disassemble this one now. I will not confuse the bodies around, because this one I'm doing on the workbench is very much, it's got a big soldering iron mark down it and all that. So, and this one seems to be a bit cleaner. And the reason I'm disassembling this one is because the chassis of the other is right. I'm gonna get, because I'm using my phone for the streaming, I'm gonna get a camera just quickly, which is just the other side of the room, and I shall get a photo of the wiring, and I shall then know what I'm doing. So the stream seems to be running well with about 5 people. This is the camera I use for most of my YouTube video. Well, unless I'm streaming, I'm using this camera for YouTube. It's a Canon PowerShot SX720HS. I was given it by a family member. They bought it and then went, I don't really use it that much. Never use it. Here, use it for YouTube. So that's how I come about having it. And when I started, I used a bit of phone and then a bit of camera, and then eventually I just went fully to the camera. So yeah, it's a very good camera. Right, this is the clip I'm after. I definitely wasn't looking in the wrong place. Definitely. It's quite an interesting mechanism, these. So it just latches onto there, like so. And you just push it down. I'm just going to persuade the side so it is a bit smoother. And it clips into place, and that's how the body's held on. So it's only actually clipped on. But yeah, actually I'm going to leave that in shot briefly so you can see what it's like. And that's how many cotton buds I've gone through already. So I've literally got everything at hand at the moment. I've got a helping hand, I've got a soldering iron, a Dremel, just everywhere, just scattered about, things just in case it's needed. So yeah, this is what it should hopefully look a bit like when it's done, and hopefully it'll run like it. I will take you to the layout if it runs. I will take you all to the layout. I don't know how long I'll stay on the layout or anything. I shall see. I might run it for half hour or something. I don't know. It wants warming up, but when you get a new loco, most manufacturers, I think it's only really Dapple that say you don't need to run them in, but you've got to run your locos in. I still ran in my Dapple engine, and I like to run the old ones in, but not as long, not half hour in each direction. Normally just gradually warm them up and run them a bit now and then sort of keep him with it. Good evening. Hello, Hemel Down Model Railway. How are you? Hope you're well. At the moment, I've basically done what I can until the other components dry, and I'm just giving them a bit of a chance. So yeah, this is another hymek I've got. Hi Joe, how are you? I hope you're well. Your prairie's currently in storage at the moment. I have had the layout running all day. Had my 56 running for the morning, and then I double-headed my Sentinels on the inner line because they haven't ran for a little while. And then my Bachmann small prairie I've had going most of the day. So yeah, this isn't the hymek I'm doing that. This is one I've had. Ooh, I did get it last year. I think it was around the summer or something. But yeah, this is what hopefully the other one will look like. At the moment, these scattered components is the hymek I'm doing up. All the other parts are waiting. I'm waiting for them to dry. So I've got a bit of time to chat and all that, and drink some Guinness. Because why not? I'm going to talk about this seeing as I've got a gap. Now, if anyone joins me on and others on Alan's stream, you'll know I've been rattling on about a Bardic lamp. And this is a Bardic lamp, because some people didn't know. So this is a railway lamp, used as a standard torch, and then you can use it for ground signalling. Now, not all of them have that orange filter. And this one's quite unique. It's got a weird brass plaque on the top. And this was originally yellow, and all the paint had flaked off, and it was all quite nasty. And I bought it, and the person who bought it me gave it a modern battery pack inside and an LED bulb. It's my job to paint it, and I decided to go with grey, but I kept the original black style base that the yellow one had. It's in very good looks in really good nick. Yes, it is. So it's basically my repaint. I cleaned it up. There's a couple of imperfections in places, but it's quite nice. I went and painted it and went for varnish stage, and it went all yellow on top, and in the end I had to redo it again. So yeah, I even shined up all the screw heads and everything. I think it's a very good lamp, really. The brasswork isn't to the presentation I'd normally show you, but it just seems to tarnish ever so quick. Now what's weird is most of them have a number stamped here, but this has just got BR26 put on the top. But yes, this is my Bardic lamp that I've freshly painted. It was literally finished Friday, which is very nice. Will you be at the railway tomorrow? I do not know, Joe. I haven't been since Christmas Eve, when I picked up this lamp actually, and I've literally spent basically my life working on this lamp. But yeah, it's a very good lamp. You can see it does green for go and all that. It's flickering at the moment. I don't know why. It's a little electrical thing around the light, which I shall get round to doing at some point, but goes on the back of the because you can see its original paint in there, because I couldn't remove this back because it's all riveted. I don't have the stuff to do it, but yeah, it's a good little lamp. We use them on the Santa trains a lot because we can use them on the Sentinel for, well, directional lighting, you know, for the front and rear of the train. Although I use my tail lamp, which I can't really show on here. I used it on 39 on Christmas Eve, when the lamp was left on the diesel for me. So-called the best place to leave it for me. Would you believe it? But I shall use it on next year's, well, this year's Santa trains in December. But of course, that's long away. Because, of course, we run trains in the dark then. That's basically the only time we run trains in the dark. We need it. And they're very useful for signalling down at the points and everything. They're useful for everything, even a cab light if you need it. They're very much a do-everything lamp. And you can even use them around home, which I have been doing. You can see the chrome's the chrome plating's gone off, but that would be too expensive to redo. I believe there might be a replacement one that's a little bit less tarnished, so, well, a little bit less faded off and all that, so that should be, hopefully, possibly fitted. But all the rubber on it was all grubby, you know, and it's a semi-good job. There's a couple knacks here where the masking tape over this plaques bulged out a bit, so there's a little gap and a little bit of a run there that happened, but it doesn't seem too bad. It'll last, that's the thing. That paint job will last, hopefully, well, I hope at least 20 years, but we shall see. It will get scratched, it will get damaged, but that's because it's going to be used for its intended purpose. I would get my BR tail lamp, but it would literally come out of shop. An old paraffin lamp, which I was given the same day I was given the hymek by the same person. So yeah, I'm just waiting now, just waiting for time to pass and parts to dry. In fact, I'm just going to have a bit more Guinness. And I'm just going to disappear a second, turn the body over and all that, and see how well it's drying off. So I'll just be back in a second. How long will it take? I don't know, Joe, if I'm honest. I am going fairly slow with it, just ticking along. Tell you what, Joe, just before I disappear, briefly, I don't know if you can hear me the other side of the room. There's that to keep you smiling whilst I go check the hymek parts. Okie doke, just be back in a minute. Right, I'm back. The only thing that's dry at the moment are oh, that was a big knock. The only thing dry at the moment are actually the wheels. The body's nearly dry. Other parts I just got to wait for doing. So this sort of stage, it's more of a chatty moment, chat show. So anything, conversation about railways, do bring it up. Yep, it is your prairie. Thank you for looking after it. Do you ever want it back, Joe? I don't mind just hiding it in my pocket, you know. Yeah, it's a lovely loco, and I can run it on the inner line, unlike my small prairie. My own Bachmann small prairie doesn't like the inner line, which is fair enough. There's a few limitations on that line due to the track work, so this thing will happily go over it, whereas the Bachmann one will hop off the tracks, you see. But it's a very interesting loco. It's had a repaint, hasn't it? It's had coal added. It had a lamp removed from the rear of the moulded plastic, and it's the most unusual thing is its whole pickup system that was engineered, but it works, and it works quite well. The only thing with it is you've got to turn the power up a bit just to set it off. It won't do a slow crawl off, you know, it'll just go. And then you just notch down the power after a couple seconds and it will run nice and slowly. It's quite happy running along. I'll have to run it at some point soon. Make sure it's all running fine. But that thing will be due a service soon. It probably is already due one. Do you know when you passed it on to me, Joe, to work on? Because if it's been about 6 months, it's probably about time it has another one, really. You love the Lima Prairies. How is my pint? I don't think it's a pint exactly. No. 500 millilitres of Guinness. It's nice. I haven't had lots of it. And I'll let her make a drink last, you see. Got to run. That's all right, Timber. If you are ever back, then I shall say hello again. But yeah, at this stage, it's one of those points through a project where all you've got to do, you've just got to wait. Yeah, see you later, Timber. So we do have 7 people on live at the moment, which is quite good considering all I'm doing is now chatting. I know the camera's wobbling about. If I extend the legs of the tripod, it might be a little bit more stable. Have you got your 4555 yet? No, I haven't got that one or my L92. I'll tell you one thing I've got. I'll just disappear very quickly and get it because it's still on the layout. So I left to pick up one loco and I come back with 3. No, I went to an exhibition and I got a 56. A weathered one. And if it focuses, which it probably won't, there. If I notch down the light, because the phone's on a ring light thing, on a tripod. There you go, it's 5637. Oh, I've changed the light in there. Which predates you being at the railway, Joe. Just notch that back up. But it's a lovely model and it's ever so smooth. Yeah, I got that instead of my 5637. No, I got 5637 instead of my 4555. I haven't seen one pop up for a while. I spoke to a bloke in the exhibition. He said the best thing is just to get one, then just renumber it. So I'll probably just do that in the future. And then with L92, I was looking at renumbering one and finding the right transfers, which I did look into last night, but I haven't actually done yet. So yeah. So the locos I need to get now are steam loco wise 4247, which I'm not too fussed about because she'll be with us a while now and all that. L92 and 4555. The rest I've got. You have 5239 and 6624. Oh, 5639. Sorry, I was my eyes were a bit enthusiastic to see Goliath's number, you see. Yes, I do have Iverts. I have 3. I have 2 Hornby ones and a Bachmann one. The Bachmann one, of course, is the newest and nicest runner. I say newest, it's probably about 20 years old now, but we're fine. I don't know. Anyway, the exhibition I got 5637. It was originally 6644, I think. I might be wrong. It was a factory weathered one, but I think it's been further weathered. Someone's given it a painted cab. But no, I gave them those numbers. I done the lining on them myself and fitted them. That's why they're quite shiny in contrast to the filthy thing, but it just looks like it's been cleaned. I got Harry, which is an austerity, an ex-Astley green loco. It's an old Hornby one. It's got sprung buffers. It's originally a Dapple one, I think it was. So the tooling's about 40 years old. It was this one was meant to be 45 quid. I got a fiver knocked off. I've wanted one for a while. I nearly bought an EFE Rail one and renamed it to Harry because it's a family member's name. And online, they just soared in price and saw that one at a good price, so I went for it. One more loco to show off is this one, which was what I was given with the hymek, which is, you can see it's an old, it was a Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway pug put in Great Western Railway livery, and it's been painted up to resemble one of the Avonside locos, like I think there's a couple at Didcot, one's Trojan. So yeah, it's I've done it up and it's quite nice. It does like to run for a few minutes at a good pace, and then it'll go quite nice and slow and smooth. So I've already been running this stream for an hour. It really doesn't feel like that. Yeah, 8:05. That's good going. So there's a little lineup of locos, and Harry the 56, the hymek in that one really. I had him early December, but these two locos made my collection up to 78 locos. So only one or two, but yeah, I've got Harry. Have you got S1000? I don't think there's ever a model being made of S1000. When the hymek's running later, I might go down on the layout and show it running for a bit. And it will be running with a coach I have that resembles S1000, which is a non-corridor suburban coach by Bachmann, and it just resembles it. I've got a train down on the railway to resemble the standard 3 coach passenger train that we run. Sounds wonderful, yeah. Basically, when I bought the 56 in Harry, I decided to buy a couple of coaches just to make up a East Somerset Railway themed train, which is quite funny really, because I made a East Somerset Railway, live stream, and now I've actually got better rolling stock for that, so I might have to redo it in the future. But yes, couple of new locos there. The hymek's fairly new. I had it early December, I was given it. And then this one's out the two. I got that one for the name really more than anything else, and it is a lovely loco, runs quite smooth and that. But this one is beautiful. It's a lovely slow crawler, loves running nicely, will run for hours and hours on end quite happily, very reliably. So yes, it is definitely a good model. Will you get it destroyed like the real one? No, that's my answer. I also have my 4110, which I have the smokebox number plate on order, which should be coming in 2 to 3 weeks apparently. I was sent the computer drawings for it. I ordered them because I already had the cab sides, because I bought a Airfix large prairie, and when I bought my Dapple one, I took the number plates off the side and slapped it on the Dapple one, so I'm just waiting. It's 2/3 renumbered, you see. Just waiting for the smoke box now. I also got other numbers ordered from them, so we shall see when they arrive. Have you got Lady Nan? No, I forgot. I haven't really put that one down on the list to get because no one makes Lady Nan. Hattons do make an Andrew Barclay. I did inquire about them maybe in the future doing Lady Nan, and they said wrong cylinder size, so you know. They did do an East Somerset loco though, number 705, and they'd done it in BR black and I think it was GWR shirt button, which was quite nice and unique. But no, the other thing with the Andrew Barclays is there's so many different variants, down to buffer beam size, tank size. There's so many variations, and I haven't gone through what one would be the closest and most accurate, because of course you've got the closed cab, open cab, and all these little different things, and I'd have to find the closest one and then do a full respray, which for me, I'm not really wanting to do that to a loco that detailed and of that price range. It's alright to paint an old loco because they haven't got many different intricate parts. I'd probably rather it be a commission if I'd done that. So yeah, I don't have Lady Nan. I do have an Andrew Barclay though. I have Coronation, which is in green. It's a nice loco. Could I make one? Yeah, possibly. But I'm not really looking to do that. I'll tell you what though, if I get it, you know Mac, he gave me this book. It's a nice old book, and it's all about constructing models, making locos from scratch, little bits what you can do and all that, out of metal and how to join them together. It's quite a good book. Any update on this one? I don't know if Chris is still here, but he would see about this. I didn't have any brass sheets, so this is an old clay that I used on the harbour. I had it left over, and that front is really solid now. It wants crew. At the moment, it's held back for that hole there. It's for a securing screw, but I need to find a nut small enough to go onto the M7 screw, because I got... Hang on. This thing, I got this primarily for the chassis, but the bodywork is immaculate. But I need a nut to hold the securing screw back in there. You can just about see it there. And I need to find one, and then I'll fit real coal and a couple crew members. It's meant to have a roof, but I want it without. It makes it look more Victorian. I got it for nothing, this, so, you know. But yeah, I've done a little bit of work to it, but it's sort of at a freeze now. So the room I'm in, I have most of my locos, so... But the ones I just showed you, Harry in the 56, and this little Avonside engine, I had out on the layout, you see. I have my Sentinels with me and all that. I am thinking of possibly redoing Graham to make into Joan, which would be a bit of a job, but fairly easy really. The only problem really is the nameplates, because Graham's would be bigger than Joan's. Yes, looking pretty good. So yes, I could make the full East Somerset fleet of Sentinels as well, which all I'd need to do is get Catterwater, which there was a model of before she was green, so in the Esso livery, so I'd just get that one, which I do want to get anyway, and then turn Graham into Joan, and then that's it. Have I got 4247? No. That's again, the list of steam engines I need to get is 4555, L92 and 4247. Diesel wise, it's literally the DMU, which I'm not too fussed about getting at the moment, or anymore really for now. And what else is it? Catterwater, the Sentinel. So yeah, 4110 I've got. Hi Taylor, how are you? Hope you're well. The restoration work's gone to a freeze at the moment because I've to be fair, this whole I'm just waiting for things to dry. Yes, I have 4110. I'll get it quickly for you, Joe, to see. Seeing as my prairie's out on the layout, it's not in the way of getting it out the storage. That is it. So my one's a Dapol large prairie, and of course 4110 is going to be unlined, but they don't do an unlined version of the 5101, so This is a line version. You can see it's, if it focuses, it's 4110 on the sides. But on the front, I don't think it will focus for you. It's 4134 on the front anyway. I got that earlier in the year. I'm alright, thanks. Got some news about the Rapido handle at DC are meant to get shipped soon. Yes, I read that. Yes. How much was it? It was on discount. I think I got for 109, down from, was it 140 they're meant to be or something? The couplings fell off in the storage area, which I sort out. One thing you can do with these is a dap off each. Hang on, I'll do it off camera. You can remove the cab roof. You see all the detail in there. I think it's 130 quid. Yeah, it's around 130 or 40 mark. But yeah, that's a lovely cab detail, and you can see even the seats and that are painted. So it is very nice. One thing with them though is there's a known fault. I'll put it down there for now. There's a known fault for the pickup system. Your sound one was 195. They're good models though. I went for the Dapol one in the end though. Yeah, yes, I don't know what Crest 4110 is going to be in actually, but this is going to be my 4110 no matter what. I like the safety valve bonnet. It's very nice, I think. But yeah, it's a good model. Very good runner, but like I said, there was a known fault for the pickups. The rear pony truck caused the problem, and it basically, the gap, basically there's this moulded plastic and it's got two holes in it for the axle and a spring, and the gaps weren't big enough, so it slightly lifted the rear wheels, only very slightly. And basically it made him stall, but I never had that for stalling. I had it for a bit on my layout that goes suddenly steep, and it just didn't get the wheels down to get that traction. But I just done this modification and it ran. Can we see? Maybe later, Joe, I'll see. I don't even know if I'll go on to the layout tonight or not. If anything, it'll be, here's the hymek running for 10 minutes. That's it. Because the main stream's actually about this hymek that I'm doing, but it's drying off at the moment. How long is my layout? It's the same size as the standard track mat layout, Hornby track mat. I think it's the shorter version. It'll be online somewhere under the track mat. I don't actually know the dimensions, apart from it's about the same height as me or a bit longer. So I can't strictly answer on that one. One thing I have done with the Dapol one is I've painted the steps on the buffers, and the crossheads I've painted black because, if you remember, I painted one of them black and the other one I painted in the red oxide undercoat. Which me and you done, Joe, that red. I remember I done the black myself, and then later on in the day we both done the red. So yeah. I'm just going to go quickly see how the hymek parts are coming along. So I'm just going to leave these three engines in. Actually, I'm gonna put that one back. I'm going to put the hymek on display, seeing as it's about a hymek, and I shall be back in literally a minute, if I don't go on to the chat. Right, I'm back. The toothbrush was nice and black. I can start working on the hymek now. This plastic piece and the power bogey has... have I done any train spotting recently? No. Just put it like that. I don't really do much train spotting, if I'm honest. I just normally go now and then. Yeah, I haven't done any train spotting in ages. I'm just using my Bardic to find some... Yeah, I don't know where my coupling hook's from, that pole, large prairie, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know where it's gone. It's probably fallen on the floor, but I know I'll find it. Or it's just like in plain sight. Right, I'm going to sit back down and start on this hymek again. So I just got to adjust the tripod. And 10 people watching, which is the right time to start watching again. Because I can assemble the motor bogey. At first I'm going to straighten out this coupling, which you won't see me doing. Just for the sake of making it easier. It's just a quick plier job and there it is. What is wrong with it? It's just a hook. Are you on about the hymek or 4110? Because 4110, the coupling hook has just disappeared. It does fall off. It's probably on the floor somewhere or on the layout or something. I will find it. I always stumble across things like that. And with this, doesn't run. Well, I say that. I put on the track. First time I put on the track, it had no life. I put it on the track yesterday just to see, make sure it doesn't run. And it barely had any life. Basically, it tried, and after about 10-15 minutes of nudging it, it slowly crawled but then stalled again. So yeah, now with this one I'm trying to remember all these little things. So I want them and them. So basically it's got to go in like that, but it's got to have the bearings and all that. So bearing 1, I'm not oiling these until they're in place. Bearing 2, and basically there's these little bits along the side. Now anyone who knows these motors, if I forget something, do shout it out, because sometimes I do that. I might just leave it like that for now. Right, that's in, and then it will have to be a bit of manipulation. Right, gonna have to lift it a little bit, lift it a bit more, lift it a bit more. There we go. Just adjust it. It's actually hard to see it. There's that one. I will look at the comments now. You forgot your cup of tea. I got Guinness. I had a few cups of tea today, but I've got me Guinness, so I don't need a cup of tea tonight. Not when I've got Guinness. Now, I already know what I've done, I think. Oh, no. It's because I keep having it the other way around. Next piece is this magnet, I guess. I know I haven't fit those clips. That's what I'm going to do now. Yeah, don't need a cup of tea when you've got Guinness. Now what's unusual is that motor is barely turning, which suggests something's up. Now, is it the clip or is it something else? No, it's right. It's these two bits in the side. They're a bit. I've had it before where they're a bit of a pain to do. Right, the fluff of that has come off, which is a bit annoying, but it's not desperately needed. So what is annoying is that's come out of place. This is why I say these are the worst motors. Right. Go and sit in place. And then those clips need to go back in place. Every time I put the clip in place, it seizes up. That doesn't help. Right, so it is the clips that just need. Now this clip broke, so will it hold it in place? Or will I have to scream? I think I will have to choose screaming. Now what's a pain about this is basically A, I don't have any metal components to replace it with, and B, solder would not work because solder is too weak and it will get in the way. So any ideas? Do up. Prefer diesels or steam? Oh, do you? This is an obvious one, Joe. Surely. I like my steamers, my kettles. If you like a cup of tea, you like a kettle. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out at the moment. I think it would run without it. I do think it would, but it's annoying. What's more annoying is I can't look online to see how much parts it cost to replace it, because that won't sit in. It seems to be running all right though. It doesn't seem like it's going to jump out of place. So for now I shall leave it, and I shall buy a new part for it if I can find one in the future. That's basically all I can do at this point, which is fair enough. So got to make sure this is the right way round for the brushes to slot in, and that's, I've got to get this one. Yeah, I'm a steam engine man. 6 viewers, and the stream's running perfectly fine from what I see. That's a circular hole. That's a hexagonal hole, so it must go like this. Ah, this bit's annoying. I forgot about this bit. It's so annoying. If I keep my finger there, it shouldn't be annoying. Let's see. It's not annoying. There we go. So the next step is... See, it's worth going slow with things like this. Tell you what, I'm going to put drops of oil along whilst I can on this foam, on the end there, on the end there, in there, along there, along... I don't have a grease to do the worm. I'm a 50s WR steam man, Western Region steam man, but recently got into diesels, and my last buy was an American SD40 GP. I think I saw one of those at an exhibition. I can't remember. I don't really have the knowledge on American engines. But yes, I think I know what you might be on about. Right, that piece. Want it that way around. Now this really is where I want the brushes. So I shall fit one brush, which, if I remember correctly, these are fiddly. I know these are the ones you can drop down through the top. Still fiddly, but less fiddly. Less fiddly, I think. I hope. It's already proving fiddly. I feel bad for saying this shouldn't be fiddly. I feel like I've jinxed it. Up, up. Screwdriver in. Come on, brush. Tease the brush up. Tease the brush up. No, don't spin that way. Welcome to a comedy show of Matt trying to do brushes. Yeah, he ain't having that. Let's... Where are you going? You on holiday? He's gone a funny angle. Just seeing if there's any new comments. What's good with brushes? I believe I have spare ones. What's annoying is if I've got to go find them now. I'm going to take this part off before I lose it. I think there's one easiest option for this. It's quite funny, really, thinking that I've got to do this, but well, I don't have to, but it's just going to make things so much easier. Which is do that. Brush falls out. Part back on. And has the hexagonal nut there. Yeah, it's worth taking your time with things like this, really. Like I say, if I wasn't streaming and chatting along slowly, I'd probably get this done in an hour. It's been 1.5 hours. Victorian or modern steam locos? I assume you're asking Chris, so I shall let Chris answer you on that one. That's interesting. The plastic on that side's funny. Not in a humorous way either. A little bit playing that thing, but overall not bad. Sorry for going silent, I'm in concentration mode. I'm trying to see, when you all think I'm fixing your locos and I'm sat there really peacefully doing them, I'm not. I'm shouting at them normally, you know. Go on, up, that's it. See, that brush behaved. Come on. See, model railways aren't easy sometimes. Well, the brushes sort of stayed in place on the other side when the spring that holds it is in my hands at the moment. So I'm pretty happy with it just staying there, really. Aha. No. Sort of no. Brushes are a nuisance, really. This one's practically, yeah. Well, that one, they've both fallen out now. Have you seen what we did at the sheds on set? I saw you move the engines about. Nathan and Alex sent me photos. Forgot his name then, considering I've been talking to him every single day. Ah, you annoying brush. Yeah, I remember when 4247 arrived, and I was involved in the shunt, and me and Chris moved it outside the shed, and I got a nice photo of it just on its own, you know. So that's a nice photo I got. You probably didn't see that just fly and disappear, but I do have it. See, things aren't all plain sailing with model trains. This is the worst bit, is this. What needs doing is just thinking through it. Hold. That is, my fingers are in the way to put in the other brush. No. No, you're going the wrong way. You've done exactly what the other one first of all done. this time I'm going to try not and on the XO4 motors, this is quite easy and straightforward really, once you've done it enough times, which I have. This type of motor I've worked on twice. Can I take advantage of that? Sitting low. Yes. That funny bit of plastic that seems to have melted a little bit is holding that brush clip in there. And that brush has fallen out of its awkward position. Trying to get into more awkward positions, it seems, but still. There we go. It's easier to put it through the top. From what it seems it is, but it looks easier that way, but it doesn't seem it. I've dropped the other brush now. This is a painful process, I will say that. 4 people watching and probably having a good laugh at the moment, let's be honest. If I was watching back on it after a week of doing this, I would laugh, but at the moment I'm not laughing. I'm just trying to figure out an easy solution. I can't remember how I'd done it with the other one, because the other one I'd done a while back. That clearly goes and hooks onto there. I know, what if I'm going to ignore this step I'm doing. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to work on the wheels, because it actually makes sense if I do that, looking at steps that could make the brush fitting easier. Alright, that's a drop in there, drop in there, yeah, drop in there, drop in there, drop on, a couple drops on there, set in there. Couple drops on there, then magnet adhesion, if I can find a good place it sits in, and magnet adhesion. Seems to really love that. Does it go in the other way around or something? That's I think so. Does look better. Either way, it's not going to function on the layout because of the modern track, so it doesn't massively matter. Put this base plate down, one screw, just manually feed that briefly, and that screw. For a brief second then I forgot I was live. Just so deep in concentration, you know. Now I thought of an easier way to do the brushes, and it involves this base keeper being put back on and the wheels all put in place, so then I can fit the pickups properly, and then I can assemble the whole thing that will hold the yeah. Right, already looking at it, there seems that missing clip is proving a big problem. Well, I say missing, it's not missing, it's broken. I have an idea of a bodge I could do, but I don't know where there is a paper clip. I do know where there's solder because I've got solder. I might... This is the intended purpose of solder. Promise. Let's give it a generous strip. This is only a temporary job, don't worry. I do not intend on keeping it like this. I'm going to do it off camera because then I can hold it close to me and know what I'm doing. Sort of know what I'm doing. This is probably like not the best way of doing things. Well, if I had a paper clip, I would have a better method, but I don't. And that feeds through like that. This is quite an interesting bodge I'm doing. I'll put it like that. It's not bulletproof. It works. You broken anything yet? Oh, hi Toby. Yes, I have. So what's broken is the you'll see one here, the clip that holds the end in. So I've literally just wrapped some solder around as a bodge job until I buy a new part. It seems to have done the job, but yes. Good. Well, you can't, you know, Toby, that it isn't a successful model railway job, is it? Until you break something. One of the pads come off as well, but yeah, that wonderful bodge job. It's quite an interesting bodge, but it seems to work. This is Kerry's engine, by the way. Well, was. I'll have to buy a new clip on eBay if there's one that appears. But yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of entertainment for you. Now, I've got to remember about the pickups. I assume they went on during this stage from what I see on the moulding. You should have seen me just a moment ago, Toby. I was playing with the brushes and I gave up on them for the sake of doing all this. Fitting the wheels would make things much easier. You wouldn't believe that, would you? There we go. There's that pickup held in place. This is probably the wrong order. Yeah, I will sort out that clip if I find one. But for now, the bodge job will have to do because I literally can't do any other thing. So, because I was going to wrap it in a paper clip, but I'm sure there will be a paper clip somewhere in this house, but no clue where. So Come on. It's gone too far now. There we go. So just feed that behind the wheel. I find it so funny how that bodge job worked. Right. Now I can fit that. I'm trying to remember now. It must be that. And then, oh, I'm saying what side this piece was missing in the other one. Looking at my photos of the work on that one, it goes this way. Yeah, that does seem right. And then screw on top. So the screwdriver doesn't want to launch to space. So that's nearly done then. Yeah, because the bits in there are broken or need soldering. Right, let's see if this is actually easier now, or if it's just wasn't worth doing. Let's see if I can use... I don't think that is smart. What that brush has done is run along the top of the commutator, which is quite clearly wrong. Should run with the commutator. Right, that's a first. Right, so the brush pad has come off the brush. Now, I know solder will solve that, so... And the soldering iron is needed soon anyway, so I think it might be time to plug it in. Let's get some wire ready. I think it is time for the soldering iron. Unless I find another brush. I think soldering iron. I've got a helping hand anyway. I'll try and fit... No, it's not worth it in one of them, is it? Because it'll just fall out. Yeah, it seems to be soldering iron time. I'm just going to rub that oil off from there. See, I invested in a fancy gauge master. Unplug that. No. I'm trying to think, what one can I unplug? I don't know what that one is, so I'll go with that one. Any comments? No. One person watching, stream still running smoothly, been going for nearly 2 hours now. Hopefully that will get hot. I have never known that to happen, that. So I've just got to wait for that now. I would say I could try... No, I can't test the motor either. This is another paused stage, really. Yeah. I will probably do though is see if this bogey runs. Might not run, I don't know. I'm going to go check on these other parts actually, because it should be dry by now. 2 people watching it. I'll just go get the body and main other bits and bobs. Let's get one of these blades as well, because those are useful. Well, there's the body. You can see it's got damage to it. Definitely there. The chassis, I can smell that soldering iron. What's interesting about this is on this axle, you may be able to notice one wheel's metal and one's plastic on each side, and that's just for picking up. Something different, that. That one's got plenty on it. Oh, that's definitely got plenty on it. That one, I think, would benefit from a bit more exposed wire. And because I don't have wire strippers, obviously, the only solution is bodged. Come on. That's a bit better. That's more exposed wire then. One person watching. This is a bit of a boring bit, I know, because, well, that's a bit too much, isn't it? Right. Let's tin the end of this brush. Bleh, nearly lost that then. Yeah. Really, I should just replace brush, but I don't know. I should have spares, but I don't know where those spares would be. And I'm determined to get this engine going. That's why I done the most beautiful bodge imaginable. Well, that's definitely not right. Yeah, that was still very hot. Don't ever recommend forgetting things are hot. Even that's quite hot. Look at all that. You don't want all that. I ain't got a thing to put it on, so just gonna have to go on that. I think I'm gonna just quickly look in my spares and just see if I've got anything worthy of using. If anything, it's probably in this bag. Rail joiners, couplings. Traction tyre, but not a brush. Hornby TT badge, silicone tubing, empty bag, capacitor. I've got a million little bags full of things. Hornby TT badge, because I've got two. There's a set of EXO4 motors there. I have any of these. Aha! Brushes. Right, I have some luck here, so bye-bye old brush. After burning a hole in my finger. I think I have actually took away flesh, but we'll ignore that. Now, because the EXO4 motors have magnets, they've all fused together. There's a Neo magnet as well. One of them doesn't have brushes, but the other one does. See, it's always worth having some old broken locos. Right, I'm going to turn that iron off. It won't be fully cooled down. Yes, I seem to have burnt a slot in my finger. Don't know how that's happened really, but... Now that one ain't got much meat on it. That one's got a bit more on it, I think. God, that hurts. Right, that's in place. To be fair, this hymek must have done some mileage. I think it has. Right, you want that sleeve. Those brushes are in place now. And the sleeve on that one's across. Yeah, I have really burnt a slot into my thumb. That's fun, isn't it? Right, that, I believe, is fully assembled. Also, that brush can go back in there. I've got to tidy all away now. Well, I'll do that after the stream. I might just quickly test this and see if it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. Then I am actually onto soldering, actually. Kicking off some sparks, but good news is it runs. Ooh. Yeah, it runs, so that's all good. So I think I might solder this on now. I believe it went across here somewhere. It would have been like that. Soldering iron back on. That was quite pointless having it off. That hurts, that. Stinging. It's like a nice line melted into my thumb. So, how many broken items? 3. 1 doesn't really matter. 2 do. Luckily I could replace 1 and I can bodge the other, just about. The bodge will be sorted in the future. I can promise you that, but I just can't say when. I'll just have to buy the parts. Alright, that's some new solder and that's all fresh. Hang on, I know something really useful for holding items, and conveniently it's called a helping hand. I think hold it on there. I think I'll do that side first. Yeah. No. The thing with these is they're ever so delicate. I think I'm going to do this differently. It's been engineered a certain way, and I'm going to do it a different way. I'm going to use the helping hand still though. Oh, there's 2 people still watching me. There's some people dedicated to see this running, like me. Ooh. There we go. I went to put the tube of solder on the soldering iron stand. That's fun. Right, that's on. So that's meant to reduce arcing, I believe. Now I think it's time to introduce the chassis, which is another soldering iron job, and I've got a photo telling me the green one goes on that side. So, nice generous blob there. That was definitely not enough. Bonded nicely. Bit more. I think it blew a bit of stuff at me, man. That looks as if I need to straighten that wire. Twist it a little bit. To be fair, I have pliers that I could do this, but I'm going to do it by hand because why not? Now that is on, but not how I would like it, so I'll hold that on there actually. I'm going to halve the size of this exposed wire just by folding it, and now solder it in place. If it wants to. Feel free to be nice to me, Loco. It's sort of on. I'd rather it be on a bit better. I'm determined to get it decent, you see. That was definitely too much wire. I want it so there's enough that on the iron that it will deposit it. I think I shall do something that will make things a bit easier. This one determined viewer. Right, that's actually on. Hooray! Bit of Guinness to celebrate. Bit of a tired mood now. Been going for 2 hours, which is decent. I don't know who is watching, but hope you are enjoying me quietly and somewhat happily restore this loco. That green wire rolled back in so nicely that I thought it'd come off. So all that needs fitting now is that clip and that hymek chassis is assembled. It's an old sticker. I shall keep that, and I will probably glue it back on in the future. Right, I'm gonna test this chassis in a second. I'm just gonna coil up some of this solder back. Right, I did unplug it, didn't I? Yeah. So there we go, that's a chassis. All I need to really do is pop the body on, but I'm not going to do that until I've tested the whole chassis. Looking at the parts left over, there's a needle in there which was what I used for the motor, so that isn't part of the broken bits. We had a broken brush, a felt pad come off, which isn't the end of the world because I can still oil it, the area it was intended for, and the clip broke, which was... The brush and the clip were the worst bits. In general, the worst bit was the clip because I had 2 brushes spare from other old motors and that, so that was the worst bit. For now, I'm going to go test the chassis very quickly before I put the body on. So you can all look at my wonderful British Railways Bardic lamp. Just admire it, you know? You're still here, Chris. The only one left, eh? Determined to see it going. Well, I know I've gone a bit quiet. It's because I concentrate quite hard. And when I'm doing the hard concentration bits, you know, in videos, I can I'll film it, but I can voice over those bits, you see. No, I'm going to test the chassis quickly now. It's assembled. Before, it was only running on the front, on the pickups on the motor, and now it's actually going to be running off the pickups off the rear as well. One thing you could do is add modern wheels, and then if you added modern wheels, you could end up with all-wheel pickups, which is quite brilliant, really. Right, I'm going to disappear very quickly. Sort that out. Enjoy the Bardic. What colour do you want it on, eh? I'll leave it on red. If it flickers about, don't worry. It's a thing around the switch for some reason. It's playing about, but yeah, I shall just quickly test it and I'll be back. Right, I'm back. So I have good news and good news. The good news is it runs, and the good news is it runs. And it's actually a lot less sparky than what it was. So all I'm going to do is straighten this rear coupling up. And pop the body on. And now my look it will not run when I've put the body on, but still. I will then take you off to the layout and show you it running for probably 10 or so minutes. I've only been going for 2 hours, so good stuff, yeah. Considering that one part of the shaft is, with the worm drives on, is held down with a wrap of solder, and I think that was quite a clever bodge. And also that I've now somehow put a dent in my finger, which I do not know if it will be like that forever or just temporarily. You can see it's like you know the VW camper vans, you know, split screen and single screen and all that. I think it wants to be a single screen. That's all right. I can always, if I want to, because that glazing in that side is, well, I think the glue has somewhat fused again, but I can remove the glazing in the future and fit some plastic in and paint it yellow if I want to, really. But for now, this is to bring it back from the dead, not cosmetically make it into something really pretty. Because at the end of the day, it's got marks down the side, big soldering iron mark down the side, and you know, it's lived a life, this loco. It's definitely lived a life. And if you compare it to the other one I've done, you can see the plastic's a different colour, different shade. So I'm wondering if this one's been out much more. And if you look at the wheels, you can't really see it. They're very similar, don't get me wrong. But these ones are a little bit paler. So this is actually a little bit paler than my running one. And to prove I'm not cheating, this is the one I've done, and I'm leaving that. Actually, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to use this one. You can see the one I've done has the big soldering iron mark down it. What's worrying me is I've literally just seen a bit of brush fall. So something tells me the brush is just the brush is just broke, I think. I'm going to call this engine the brush breaker. So I'm going to just disassemble it once again and see if that was what it was. I hope not, because the brushes are a pain, aren't they? Right, that's got meat on it. Yeah, the brush is broke. And the solder's disconnected on there, but one thing at a time. I shall plug the... So, you know I said it works. It doesn't now. So, I don't know if my head's in shot or not, but that's plugged back in. I can get the brush back. I had spare. So, I need to get more brushes and a clip. That's good to know. Annoying to know, but good to know. What's annoying is this green wire's in the way. And I know I've got the soldering iron on and I could just redo the soldering on it, but do I want to? Not really. Why have you fallen behind the wheel? Come on. Why have you... Right. Yeah, you can see the brush pads must have come on. The bodies do fade in time. Yeah, it's just how they're exposed to the sun, isn't it? It happens. But this loco really shows it's had a life. It's, you know, The bloke who owned this used to drive hymeks. He drove hymeks, 25s, 37s. He was involved when he was driving when the 31 caught fire on him. The pads come off this brush as well. So I say it runs and now it can't run. Annoyingly, Chris, I'm gonna have to try stuff, but I don't know how successful it's gonna be. I thought it was literally the end of the journey for this. Just gonna redo that. I want that really. I need to stop putting my fingers on hot items. But yes, the previous owner of this worked on the Hymex. It's driven 47. And most diesels really, like older diesels. He stopped working on the railways after he stopped driving, after privatisation. Nah. I thought maybe a bit of soldering could have done it. Well, you know what to do. My brushes usually ping off into space. Yeah, well, I think I've run out of brushes now, so... And these aren't gonna... I was gonna try and do a bit of soldering, you see, and try and fit, do the brushes again, but annoyingly, to my disappointment, it hasn't gone that way. So I'm just going to look through the last bits and bobs I've got. Buffers for class 66. Yeah, I'm just looking and seeing. Chris, I'm going to ask you something. Do you think, I believe it will, the engine would still run if I put the blank brush in place just to run it briefly up and down a couple times just to show you it runs, and then I can go back and buy some brushes and come back on the next live stream I do or whenever, and I shall run this hymek properly with the proper parts fitted. Do you think that is an idea? I should have more loco parts. Oh, actually, I found another brush. Just found another. I wouldn't know. I'd leave it till you have the brushes. Yeah. Well, good news. I found one brush. So pray hard. Pray very, very hard. In the hope that we shall have a running hymek very soon. Actually, I'm gonna do a bit of work in there, because this brush is most likely from my Triangelli I had that the motor was fried on it. Most likely. I'm not saying it is, but very likely, because it's in the box of motor parts that was from the Nelly. It's either from that or a Princess. I've got some other old locos that I never run, so I can always nick parts from them. Old Princesses that aren't very good runners. I'm just trying to think of a... why haven't I thought of this? I don't want it that side really, I want it between there and there. And then up, 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 no, up, up, up. Back and up, up. No, not angled. Up. Up. Come on. Or do you want to just fall out? I think you just want to fall out, really. Up. Come on. No. So, Chris, you're like the only one watching. I think the most biggest number I've seen of viewers on this stream tonight has been 10, which is very good for me, I think. 10 people at least at one time have watched me struggle away. Probably had a good laugh as well, actually. I think if I look back on this, which would probably send me to sleep, I would have a very good laugh. No. I think this brush doesn't like me. It's going, because I'm the only one left. I know for a fact this is the only one left as well, so I'm like, gotta go careful. I find that with model trains, you want to go careful, but sometimes you go too careful. Assembled! Take 2. What's going to go wrong next? No, touch wood, touch wood, touch wood. I hope you prayed hard for me, Chris. I hope you prayed hard for me. It's annoying, and it always happens when you're so close to complete. It was like that with the Bardic, actually. You're so close, you're on the last steps, there's something goes wrong. Always does, always will. Always does, always has, and always will. There's always something that will go wrong. It's never plain sailing. Nothing is. Just got to learn from what's gone wrong and try and find ways to avoid it. Come on. This thing don't want to go on there. Ah, I see. You're not very well engaged there. There we go. That's a bit better. Better that side. Better that side. Murphy's Law. It can go. If it can go wrong, yeah. Yeah. Right, you've seen me just assemble that, so you know I'm not cheating. It's had one bodge, gone through 2 pickups, accidentally. The soldering iron's still on, and it was touching the helping hand, so better make sure I don't touch that. Right. I'm going to see how this goes, Chris. I'm going to unplug the phone. You're going to have a really wobbly camera shake experience. Ow. There you go. I can zoom out now. It's nice, isn't it? Right, I'm taking you, crossing your fingers, that's good. I'm taking you into the main room. Just going to plonk that down there for now. When I did test it originally, before that brush come off, you know, I put some coaches away. Just pop it on the track. And you've gone from a nice LED lit worktop. It's normally never that well lit. It's because the only thing from the tripod to hold my phone is attached to this big LED ring, and I can't take the adapter bit from the centre off because it's a different... Yeah, it's... Anyway, I'm setting forward. I hear a hum. Just turning it up. That's a smooth set off. I'll just go back. It clearly wants a nice warm up. Of course, it's got no buffers in the big mark. I'm going to leave it like that. It shows it's had a life. What I will sort out though is the bodge, because that that really shows it has a life. And I'm sure that looping will go loose. So plus it's made of solder, so it will come. You know, it's quite soft. So I'd say that was a success. Yeah. I have forgot to oil the rear axles, but well, the pin points, but I'll do that after the stream, I think. And you can hear a squeak, and that'll be from the pickup. So I'm just going to rotate there and give it a nudge. Going to put it 50% power, and hopefully you can hear me clearly, because of course it's a noisy model. 25 to 10. Well, around that at least. And there we go. A fully functioning hymek. I'd say that's quite a good runner, really. Considering what it's had as well and its age and all that. But yes, I won't do any little subtle things live and that, so... I shall order the clip for it, and I will probably get a bit of sprue or something and paint it yellow, because it is annoying me, that gap between the windows. For some reason the buffers don't bother me too much. It's, at the end of the day, it's a black area, whereas by the windows you can clearly see where it's broken. When it's running around, the buffers don't really matter, you know? I do like those hymeks. Yeah, I've got one in green as well, and that's a ring-filled motor, so it runs quieter. But the blue ones are very nice. So after the stream, I shall send that to the person who gave it me and tell him I got their hymek going. I shall also tell him what it's, the little niggles that have gone through, and I shall say, look, I'll get the stuff for it, you know, because it's definitely not going to stay with solder wrapped around it. I shall definitely put it back. Now, apart from the beginning of this stream, Chris, I'd say it's ran quite smooth. You've been here around the start, haven't you? So I think you'd know it. I haven't known it stop at all. I don't know if it has, because of course I've been concentrating, but I haven't known it cut out for a bit. I haven't known the Wi-Fi to stop, so, well, I'm jinxing, it's a touchwood. Touch layout baseboard. Look at that. It's quite content with it. Yes, all stream, mostly good since the beginning bit. Yeah, the beginning was quite... Look at that! For how old it is. Look at that nice slow speed. You know. I think that grunt there was... It'll have all the force on that bodged bit there, so I shall only run it that way for now. But yes, it is running pretty good, I will say that. A happy hymek indeed. So next stream I'll do, well, I don't need to run it this now really, but I shall do what I agreed I'd do. Last stream I'd done, I said my next stream I'd run more diesels and that. Well, instead I'd done a diesel restoration, but I've still got the notes taken down from that stream, and I shall follow that, so it shall all be fine. I'll still do that stream. And I think the only steam engine set to run is the standard 5, so... But I might squeeze this hymek in there too. Maybe a double header. Yeah, it's very happy. This is at 50% speed on the controller as well. So, I think it's quite good. See, going forwards as well, it's putting less strain on that bit of a bodge job at the moment, so... I don't know if it runs better than the other one. I'm going to turn the power up to full and see how fast it is. Probably very noisy. Quite fast. I'll just put it down to 45 now. Bit of a squeak from the pickups, but that's to be expected. That, I believe, that's from the rear bogie. Knock it up to 50 again, just for the sake of it. Yeah, a very happy hymek indeed. So the stream's been going for 2 hours, 39 minutes. Bear in mind it was just over 5 minutes. No, it was 10 minutes into the stream before I started. I've been here a few minutes now, so I'll probably say, I'll just put it at 2.5 hours that took. I've heard a lot noisier locos from that. Yeah, true. Seems quite happy. I'm sure the neighbours love me. I've got an old County 440 this week, and I'll probably have to take apart and so forth. Ooh. Is that a old Hornby one or a more recent, like under the railroad brand name? Or what is it like back when they were released as the main range version? I do like a County, and the 440 in general are quite nice. Tender-driven Hornby UK built one. Yeah, those are good, those. I see someone else has hopped on the stream. If you are previous visitors to the stream, then here you go, the hymek's running. If you're not, well, I fixed it. It's had a bodge job around part of it, which I shall sort out properly. I've run out of spare brushes. Just as I assembled it, one fell out. But it's all back together. Last brush went in and didn't break. And it's running. A very happy hymek indeed. Seems got happy running. Quite smooth. Good slow speed on it actually, considering its age, of course. They're not going to be as smooth as a modern loco, but still. Oh, look good, double heading, yes. Well, I'll probably double head it with my other one next time I do a live stream, I think. I think that's what would be best to do. A double header. And then... well, I'll run it for a few more minutes and then I'll go back to the workbench. Flip the camera around, then you see my ugly mug, and probably with messy hair because it just can't keep itself tidy at the moment because it needs a cut. And have a bit of a chat for a bit and then probably end the stream. I haven't really got a massive plan, you know, set for this stream apart from get the loco going, which it has had its hurdles. And I did think the stream would probably last longer than what it probably will now, but we shall see. At the end of the day, I want to get that other engine going and showing the owner. Actually, I'm going to pick up my 5542. Just move it and get this Avonside saddle tank. And as soon as it's what the owner gave me of the hymek, I'm going to run it. I told you about this, Chris, didn't I? He's just stalled, hang on. Give it a few seconds at 50 and then I'll notch it down. That's how that one runs really. It likes a couple laps at a higher speed and then it slows itself down. Let's do it 45. It's a nice loco. Bit of a freight train there. I won't put the hymek under any strain just yet. I shall sort that problem out first, I think. The pug looks quite good in GW. Well, it's no longer meant to be a pug. It's meant to be one of the Avonside engines. I don't know if you've ever been to Didcot or seen the photos. There's a couple of them there. Trojan, and there's another one without a name. The thing is, the numbers on the side is for a 14XX, but we'll shade over that. But I guess at the time it would have been repainted. There probably wasn't lots of transfer companies about. You're practically stuck to like the Airfix kits and stuff like that, but I'm not sure. But yes, it definitely looks good. I think it looks lovely. Very pleasant looking thing. Would look nice with some clerestory coaches and that. Well, I've only got freight set up at the moment, but yeah, that's a happy hymek. 247 developments have a nice low number GW edge place if you want to put support. I think I'm going to leave it as it is because I was going to go to light railway stores and get some nameplates for it to name after the person who bought it me. But I'm still undecided on that yet. But it's definitely a nice loco. I'm going to stop it up in the station in a minute. Actually, I'll stop it in front of the camera. There we go. Just assisting it at the slow speed. And then, yeah, you've got Harry in the 56, which are lovely loco. The 56 is a beautiful runner. But as you probably know, they're very nice and smooth. Yeah, put my model of 5542 back on. Just sat there. This engine was sat. Actually, I think I might put 5542 up in the siding. For the sake of, when I finish the stream, I know he'll be asleep, but I'll send him a video of them all together or something. You have a nice 56 and one ropey one. This one's beautiful, this weathered one. It's such a lovely loco, you know. Right, I'm gonna Oh, that's weird to my ears. You know when you're just used to a loud noise for ages and then it just goes quiet? I have that at the railway when I'm on the Sentinel. If I'm on the Sentinel all day, I'm just hearing that engine going all the time. Especially if I go off it maybe just once in the day, you know. And I'm mostly in that cab. You know, at the end of the day, you shut that engine off and it just goes quiet and you're like, all of a sudden you feel tired. But yes, I shall definitely confirm that hymek restoration is a success. Well, I say restoration. I've got it going. I will sort out the little bits. I'm definitely wanting to sort out that end. Just a bit of plastic, any bit. Doesn't have to be bang on the right size. Just something that will look nice and make it look a bit better when it's running around the layout. Either way, it'll probably be that ending that has coaches and wagons, but still. Yes, it's been basically a restoration of let's make it go sort of thing. I'm going to set up my East Somerset train now on the layout, just ready for tomorrow, because I'll probably run some East Somerset stuff. So that's an old coach to represent S1000. I know Joe was on here earlier asking about it. A nice blood and custard. Mark 1. That's a Hornby one. It's got no crest on it. It's nice. But I also bought this Bachmann one. And this Bachmann one, I think it was meant to be about a £5 or more. I got... What did I get? I got this coach and another one, I think. Oh, I'm trying to remember what I got now. Oh, yeah, another... I got myself a third Railroad Mark 1 in maroon to get a nice rake of 3. I got... I think that was meant to be 20 and this was meant to be 30. I must have got it for about 20 and then I got this one for 22. And honestly, the Bachmann one's so much better. The detail on it's more. They're separately fitted parts. That's rolled perfectly into where I need it. The thing with the railroad mark ones is I find they have a lot of drag on them around the corners because the wheel flanges hit the moulded frames and that, and it acts as brakes. You push it round on a hill on a corner and it just slows down. You can hear them rubbing, and you go shh, and it'll stop. And it means little locos like Terriers and all that just can't pull them. I fixed a broken windscreen on a Class 6D with a bit of brass rodding and putty covering. Yeah, I'll probably just use a bit of plastic from a sprue or something. The yellow probably won't match and bang on, you know, but it'll just blend in better. Bachmann coaches are great if you find them cheap enough. Yes, definitely. Right, I'm going to just put that away. Move myself about, and I'm going to go back to the workbench. I know you probably want to see the trains running a bit more, but I've got tidying to do and that, so it's probably worth doing that. Here I am. Ugly mug. There we go. So my flat cap collection there. Well, there's a Caterpillar one there and a grease top, but yes, so I'd say that was a success. You can see my light here on the tripod actually. It's quite effective really for the workbench, because without it it's like this. You can change the lighting on it and all that. That looks a bit better for now. But yes, finished hymek. You can just see it here. If I've got... Here we go. What's this box for? What's this for? A shunter's track in that? Yeah. Give me that end. There you go. Right, I'm not gonna go. I'm just gonna move some stuff about and tidy up. All my plugs are down under my computer desk, you see, so plugging them all back in, and that soldering iron has cooled. But yes, Bachmann coaches, well, I haven't got many actually. Trying to think how many I've got actually. I haven't got many, but they are very good. I'm just tidying now basically. Yeah, this little tub here had some bits from an old Trying Nelly. My old servicing tub, which is massive. It's got all sorts in it really. It's not just servicing. It's got this from an old clock I had in an antique shop I was given, you know, bits of wood and blades. Just odd bits and bobs, you know. That's how many cotton buds I went through. I've got some left actually. So yeah, I got this little pot here that I fill with all sorts of bits of junk, and there's an old lolly stick, Elastic Man fishing weight. There's some useful bits in there though. There's some fish plates. This is a DCC chip for Andrew Barkley, Hatton's one, because they sent one. I've got a few crims there, 25 each down for 50. Are those the Hornby ones? Yes, I think so. Because I wanted the chocolate and cream ones, but I never got them in the end. But yes, this is the old oil I use that no one likes because it's 3-in-1. A lot of this is bits of loco and that, loco and rolling stock. If it's broken off, I put them in these little bags that I collected. Some of them were from COVID tests, you know, like just a drawer plate, tender drawer plate, that's some sort of DCC chip thing. That is actually from the other hymek. Yes, far too dear otherwise. Always use sewing machine. Well, that's 3-in-1, and people... Well, I stupidly said in my videos, knowing people don't like 3-in-1 oil, this is 3-in-1 oil. And then I had in the comments, you're telling everyone to use this and you're wrecking their locos and all that. And I thought, I think I even said in the videos I'd use sewing machine oil, you know, if I had it. Basically, I ran out of sewing machine oil and never bought any more. And I for probably a year or two, I've been using this. It hasn't damaged my locos or anything. It's done its job, you know. But I've gone on, and the other day I bought this Gauge Master oil pen, and it's brilliant, you know. But no, you can see the one end of that is quite short, and that's because one of the components were missing, and I used that. A hook. What's this? Like one of the little screw handles for the pannier tank. I got 2 Hornby TT badges because I got the free membership. And then I opened the packet and I couldn't find the badge, so I sent and my membership card was damp. You know, the printing was half gone on it, and I emailed them saying my badge is missing and this is damaged, and they said, "Oh, we'll send them out." And then I accidentally I went and found the badge. So in the end, I ended up ended up with 2. So hi Matt, hi Chris, hi Flymo. You've missed the end really. Well, I stole my missus from her sewing. Yeah, I got this Gauge Master oil pen, and when it's done, you know, I'll fill it up with proper stuff. Oh no, that's got that's for fishing bait. We've got a family member who does fishing, and any bags they get, you know, that's got a buffer in it. No, Flymo, this is the hymek I was given it, and I've got it going. I nearly didn't have it going because if I find it, this clip here to begin with, I don't know if you see it. It holds the ends in. There's 2 worm gears on this one shaft with the commutator and all that, and it holds them in. And without it, they pop out, and the worm won't engage and all that. And it broke, and I don't have a spare, so I've wrapped solder around it for now, and it's held it in place, and it's fine. And it's, you know, I'll get the right clip for it eventually, but it's sorted it out, you know. It's nice. And then I broke, one of the meat on the brushes fell off one, replaced it. I was like, oh, I've only got 1 brush left, lucky. That fell off, and I luckily found 1 more, and I think I had 2 or something, but I don't know. In the end, I fixed it, so it's running. I'm going to sort out the little bits at a later date. Yes, I did get it running nicely. It's got a good slow speed on it, considering it's age 2. The only thing is, I just finished running it, you see. I just thought I'd chat whilst I slowly tidy up. It's missing a bit here. It was there, but when I went to wash it, it did come out. But I'm going to put a bit of plastic and paint it. But there's stuff like, it's cosmetically damaged. It's got a big soldering mark down the side of it and all that. But I'm going to keep it like that. No problem, Matt. I just saw you alive and looked in. Fixing a loco is no mean filming feat. Yes, normally I lose parts, so... Well, I think I had a couple of parts spring off, but I found them straight away, which is fantastic luck for me. And normally, because I've been doing the stream, and every so often I just go dead silent, or like talking really slow, and it's where I was concentrating so hard. And it's like those bits, when I'm doing a video of restoring an engine, I can just film it, crack on with it, and then later on voice over it. And this, I'm doing it all live, you know. We've been going for 3 hours now, and you know, it's a good engine. It's a bit tatty. It's more faded than the other one. It hadn't got its buffers because I got this one that I bought as a non-runner, and it got going, and I was given this one, so yeah. Usually parts, yeah, I've lost a few springs. There's a coupling hook somewhere that's gone missing from an old Hornby teak. I don't know where that is, but I know I'll find it in the future, and then I wonder what that's from, and it'll take me a while to find it. But I will find it, you know. Same with my dapple prairie, that's lost a hook. But I shall find that, you know, I'll stumble across it, because I always do. Oh yeah, Flymo, I've also got my Guinness to keep me happy, so that's one of the reasons actually I come back in here, because I wanted Guinness. There's a bit of motion from a 9F that was causing me hassle, so I removed it and I can't fit it back really. What's that? That's traction tyres. Ah, that was for the 14XX. I'm going to keep that because I want to put some of the small parts from this in there. A screw from my Pug, which is quite a pointless screw. I'd do the voiceover type video if I had the patience. Yeah, well, you can't do it live sadly, otherwise I would. Just a bag of screws. I'm just tidying up because I pulled all this out. This is an old cotton bud tub, you know. And I just pulled it all out to try and find some stuff. There's some really old Graham Farish, double O Graham Farish. Slim tension locks, couplings, and some old XO4 motors. Old broken ones. Which they come in handy now because they were parts. They're from Locos that I've gone and bought and sort of run, and you go, right, let's service them, and then they're dead because the motor's actually just had it, you know. I went through a good few cotton buds. Here's something interesting, some 3D printed station signs. Little Kingston. I have some Graham Farish double O wagons and they're quite good. Yeah, well, I don't know if they're the same as yours, but mine they're solid metal. I don't run them too much, but they are very good. They were repainted. They were from a job lot, yeah. Where I think it was if you split everything, it worked out 60p each. So I had an Ivet in there, so I had a 60p Ivet I restored. Yeah, I got me 2 TT badges. Bit of super glue. I thought I'd need that today really, but I didn't. Screwdrivers, they all go behind me in a little pot that, oh god, a little pot a family member made a long time ago when they were little. And I use it to store my screwdrivers and a few other bits and bobs like an Allen key and all that. Yeah, I'm slowly tidying basically. Tidying up when Matt's no longer fixing Locos. That's going 60p Ivet. Yeah, and then it didn't have a tender, so I was like on the hunt, and I looked, and everyone wanted 20 quid on eBay for this Ivet tender, and I was like, the Loco worked out 60p, and I already had an Ivet, so I just borrowed the the tender off that when I ran it, and a friend went to an exhibition. And there was this Ivet tender for £2, and he picked it up. And I went to repaint it a bit, and it's not great. It needs redoing in the future, but it's there, it works. It's, you know, I'm going to sort it out in the future. It's because I wanted it back in gloss black, because I painted this Ivet, you see. So, sounds good. 700p available, good picture. That's brilliant to hear, Flymo. The start of this stream, it was barely going. Well, I started the stream, you'll probably be able to see it. I need to get rid of it. It was filming the wrong way. It was filming portrait. Don't know why. So I had to resort to cancelling it. I haven't deleted that yet. And then starting the stream again. And then the first 10 minutes of the stream, it was Wi-Fi's off, on, and I was like, oh. And then I finally started at work, and it's just been fine ever since. 720p, I think that's what I set it as the highest it can go as well, so that's good to see. Well, good to hear actually. A few bits and bobs. Old paint brushes, and I think that's, well, everything I can tidy at the moment, because I got stuff that I got to get up and move and put away later, really. But yeah, I think that's everything. Flymo, was it you who asked me what a bard it was on Alan's stream? I think it was. But do correct me if I'm wrong. Alright, I have front half of Flying Scotsman and picked up an Ivet driving tender. Bit of an odd combo, but different. Very true. Very true. Very true indeed. It's always interesting to go with stuff different. In fact, if I reach round, I picked this up. I already showed it on the stream, actually. I picked it up in Midsummer Norton, and they let me have it for nothing. It's just this old buddy. I think through me and Chris, we worked out it's a Great Northern Railway G2, and it's missing a cab roof, but I like it not having it because it looks Victorian. I've strengthened all the front out. I still want it looking tatty and old because I quite like that. I got an M7 chassis for it. Just need to find a nut that will fit on the securing screw, body securing screw for the M7. But yes, it's very nice. And that's just on hold at the moment until I find the right size nut for it, you see. But yeah. So you asked what a Bardic was. This is a Bardic. This is mine. I've fully repainted it now. It was used to be yellow. So it was a later version, but all the paint was flaking off. It was original paint, and it was all nasty and all that. And I repainted it. It's got a nice brass plaque up there that says BR26, which must be its number, seeing as it's not stamped in on the side. But these are the clips that you push down and take the base off, and inside there's modern D-cell batteries now. And the LED light. Time flies by when you drive it. Oh yes, I remember that. Remember watching that video. But yeah, the grey ones never had a black base, from what I've seen. But the yellow ones did, so I kept the original black base because I thought it would contrast well with the other black fixtures. And basically, it's a standard torch for seeing in the dark, you know, but then you can use it for signalling down on the ground. Not all of them have the orange. Most of them just have green and red. So it's very interesting. They are very useful. You can use them around the house. I've used it as a cat toy because a cat chased after it, just for a bit of fun. It's got a lamp bracket on the back and the screw holes. Through there you can see its original colour. So you just put it on. And of course you can use it for, because our Sentinel's lights aren't, PBA 39 Sentinel, that one, the lights don't work on it. So we can put Bardic, we normally, at least for the Santas of course, Bardic on the lamp iron, you know, you don't use green, you know, front, rear of the train, you know. But yes, that's the Bardic, you know. Well, it looks like I'm making a little showpiece for this hymek, aren't I? I'm making it look really grand. Wow, I had one of those, but I didn't have a base. I was just able to get the original battery, but it's good you convert. I didn't convert it myself, actually. I was bought this lamp because I was doing the Santa train, second manning on the Sentinel, and one of the blokes who's normally in charge on one of the days, I get along with him quite well, you know, we can have a good laugh and that. And I said to him, I was looking on eBay just seeing how much they are, and he said, well, if you're looking for one, this is what you should go for. Well, hi Nathan, model trains make good cat toys. That's yes, I have that experience with my P-Class when I bought it brand new, and it was going round on the table and a cat knocked it on the floor. That cat is still my best friend, but still I was annoyed at him for that. Nowadays he gets let with catnip and light. not trains. But what was I saying? Oh yes. He said, "Oh, are you after one?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, I can buy one, if I get one for the right price. And I said, it's just when I'm not playing tight on money as a little jokey thing, And about 2 hours later or so, he went, "Got what? I may have bought you one." So he had it sent to him, and he fitted the LED in it, which makes it brighter. A bit brighter than the original bulb. It does have an original spare bulb fitted inside, and the modern battery pack, and I just repainted it. But I'm very happy with how it came out. It came out very smooth, nice and glossy too. So it definitely looks smart. It'll get scratched and chipped, but it's going to be used. I got a tail lamp down on the floor back along, but I can't really show you that. Maybe another stream or something. And that's a working paraffin lamp. I've used that on the Santas. I used that throughout the Santas every day I was there. But yes, it is a very nice piece to have. It's what's annoying me is because I everything that I've brass, I love completely shiny light, really fresh, and it seems to tarnish over in hours. Not bad, but it's just it still looks like good condition, but I'm fussy. But no, it's good. It's a good lamp. And yeah, it's very nice. And it's like I say, you can use it around the house as well. It's just, you don't just need it for railways, really. Model trains make good cat toy. Yeah. Kittens are a menace. Yeah. Nice one. An LED, see a bulb. Put your name or a distinguished mark on the secret place. I could do. More or less, my mark isn't really hidden because it's grey, and it should be yellow. So my whole mark is the repaint, really, because on the inside, when they painted it, they never painted the inside properly. The only bits that got paint on it is basically where it just mist got in there, and so you can still see it's yellow, and then through the back you can see it's still yellow. So I don't even know the type of bulb, really. You can probably see it through there just about if you know your LEDs. I didn't know anything about Bardics until today. Well, I've educated. I think I've driven people up the wall about this Bardic because it's basically been my life since Christmas. I've put hours and hours into it. I took it right down to bare metal to really smooth. But yeah. I didn't know anything about Bardic. Yeah, yours was great. Most of them were. Mine was yellow, which is, I believe, a later version. I was told what they were for, but like a mini not painted on the inside to aid rust. To be fair, but round the bottom rivets here, it likes to rust when it gets wet, but I got rid of that. It will come back eventually, but won't be British without rust. True, very true. Well, keep it safe and on a string. I didn't know what they were called. Oh, it'll be with me for life now. Yeah. And it'll be used on the railway, like my tail lamp. My tail lamp isn't pristine condition. It's got a dent in the top, and it looks grubby. It's all grubby. That I've cleaned it, but the grubbiness on it is like proper fused in there. That it'd take a lot to do it. But I quite like the worn used look of it, whereas I quite like the smart look of this one. What I found with the yellow one, because I did nearly paint it yellow, because the yellow's quite nice. And but I saw photos, and the yellow ones only seem to look nice, pristine. Any wear to them, they just look bad. In my opinion, they don't look as nice. Whereas I think the grey ones, you can have them scratched up a bit and that, and they still look all right. And I guess what helps is the fact that it's just silver plain metal, shiny metal underneath, so it sort of blends in a bit better. than yellow with silver, you know. Wouldn't be British without rust. We'll keep it, yeah. Oxidisation is what we do best. So, Nathan, this is the Kerry's hymek. Well, was. I've got it going now. Spent ages, went through 2 brushes. Same yellow as the yellow ends of the locomotives. I think it was. It's very similar. I do have a chip of it. One of the clips, Nathan, that holds the shaft with the worms on and the commutator and all that, broke because it was very stiff to take off. And at the moment it's bodged with solder. I've wrapped solder around it and it is holding and it runs really well, but I will sort that bit out. And I went through a few brushes where the meat just kept falling off them, you know. And I'll eventually glue that sticker back in and that when I've done it. But yes, it is a very good hymek. It's, apart from like, it's very worn, you know, there's a big soldering mark down the side and that. There's a bit of plastic there in the middle missing, and I'm going to replace that. I'm going to make a bit for it eventually, but I don't know when I'll do that. But it's not going to be perfect, of course, but it's missing its buffers, which seems to must be a thing with them, because I got this one, it's got buffers one side but not the other. But I'm not, as you may know, sometimes I'm not massively, if it runs it's a success. Well, yeah, definitely I think it is. I don't mind some locos looking quite worn and that, because it shows they've got a life, you know. Well, they've had a life and they've seen plenty of time, and it shows they've been loved and used and cherished, you know. Got a 1970s Hornby Class 31 that just runs. The gears and worms are so worn out. Yeah, they were built to run, weren't they? And they've lasted a very, very long time, you know. They've done a good service and they still continue to do so. I got a Dublo Standard 4, I think it is. And that runs silent. That runs so beautifully and silent. If you the only sound you hear is the wheels running over the rails and over the rail joints, you know. My bike looks worn. Yes, have you done much work on it to get it sorting it out a little bit, Nathan, or is it still a bit? Because last time I saw it, it had a dent in the tank, didn't it? Only 3 minor sideways rides. Oh yeah. Is that how you like to ride motorbikes, on their side? Just like how my dad used to like driving minis sideways. I'll save that clip. All that can go there in there. Going to do some work next week. Yeah, that's worth doing. Because you love that bike. I still remember the day you and your brother, I think it was, picked it up. And you were so happy. I remember you know. But it's nice because it gives you that bit of freedom and being able to zip around, isn't it? So yeah. To be fair, it's a nice bike, you know. Still think you need to put some BR crests on it. Riding on these rather than the tyres isn't comfortable. Really? Wouldn't thought that. I wouldn't think that, Nathan. Not at all. But yes, you see a big light. This is the whole mechanism I had to hold the phone up, you see, but I've resorted to showing me mug. Sideways riding and driving. Then there's rallying. Yeah, I remember talking to my dad about minis because he absolutely loved them, you know. He thrashed minis, you know. He properly thrashed them and that. And I remember he said, Mini, they're great at driving sideways, and I will never forget that. I was throwing water out the exhaust yesterday. Might explain the stalling. Well, Nathan, you just got to prop it up with a paddling pool, and then you've got yourself a fancy fountain, haven't you? stuck some pictures back on the wall because during the summer, heat ruined all the blue tack and it just... I knew a few guys... That sounds good fun, that. This bit is... As you can see, like this one here, it's I think they're both... No, that one's British Railways, that's LNER. And I got these in a charity shop. Someone does them up, gives them to the charity shop, and then they sell them. Apparently they sell well. Just railway posters. All they do is print a picture, put it on some red paper and in a frame, and they're very nice. And this one's my favourite one, and when I first put it up on the wall, it fell straight down and smashed. And I haven't got a bit of glass for it since. Yeah, but the water very quickly turns into a mix of condensate. Well, just see it as... Briefly, you have a very nice water fountain. Yeah. That's how you've got to see it, you know. I don't know how long I'll run this stream. I normally like to run them for 4, and it's been 3 hours 20, so I'll probably keep going. It's rear engine, so they went sideways and round 2. Bit of fun then, eh? Bit of fun. You can't not have some fun, can you? Also with this hymek, it wasn't picking up from the rear bogie because all the 2 wires for the pickups come off, or had been off, so it was only picking up from the motor bogie. In fact, if I fitted the rear wheels, if I took the old ones out, because with the old wheels, one wheel's on the axle, you have a plastic wheel and a metal wheel. But if I fit the modern metal wheels, which have the insulation and that, I'd probably be able to get all-wheel pickup, really, which would be quite good. I think so, at least. I think it'd be quite good. I drifted my bike a bit in the snow, but that was just scary. Having a bit of fun then, are you, Nathan? Are you just slowly trying to reduce the fuel capacity of your tank? But I could rotate this. It's on I got a fancier tripod I was given. Look. Because my tripod that I use normally is broken. You see the bracket that holds... Look, I can... It's fancy, that. It was very posh. I think we get it shining down on the high neck. But the light whole thing is from the old tripod because it come like that. It's not very stable at the moment because the legs are a tiny bit apart. And use some. That's it without, so you know it's good. Got 3 different modes, and you can adjust how bright they are, and it's useful. I've never really used it, but it's useful. Plus the lighting here, I've only really got that main light up there, and with me here it sort of shadows here. So when I'm working on engines, it's quite dark. So I was given this. It's got 2 brightnesses. It's a little desktop torch, but it can be turned. You lock it into place, and then it's a normal torch. And if you do it like that, it's a lantern. It's quite clever. But I only really use it for this. And now I use the Bardic for stuff. If I've lost a part. If I've lost a wonderful loco part onto the floor, straight up, let's go hunting. It's like a searchlight, you know, it's very nice and bright. Nice piece of kit, the lamp. Handy to have with 3 settings, yeah. Like filming into the sun. Well, this one's got 4. This one's got white, green, and it's got the orange and red. which not many have that. Well, some do, some don't, you know. But it's very nice. I'm very pleased with it and how it come out. Like I said, there's couple areas where it could be better, but you're never going to get it perfect, and I can be the perfectionist sometimes. I say that after saying, well, this loco's got a big solder mark down it, that's fine, you know, but it depends on certain things. Sometimes I'm a really big perfectionist on it, and then sometimes I'm not. But yeah, I've had that Bardic fully apart, and I nearly knocked my eye out the other day when I was reassembling it, actually. It's a glass or plastic similar. It would probably be plastic, mine is. Yeah, I nearly knocked my eye out. Because these bits on the side that you remove the base with and that, inside the mechanism to remove it is, there's this pin through the top. Goes right through the plastic clip on the side. And then that you put a spring on it and there's a clip. And there's, you know, removing it was fine, you know. But putting it back on with a spring that has so much force on it was awkward. And the best way to do it, which I did manage to do it that way in the end, I had it held down, screwdriver on the screw as far down as I could, really pushing down on it, and then putting the little clip in. And that's how I got it working in the, you know, how I got it assembled in the end. But at one point it pinged off and hit me here, and I thought, oh, thank God. And then I was more worried that I lost the parts, but they were in sight. My old Lima Deltic has a scar from a piece of insulated wire over it while in storage. It's fine. Yeah. The first time I had my soldering iron and done soldering on my own was on a Lima Class 50. I've got it in Network Southeast livery. I was given it. I never run it because the traction tyres fell off it. And I've never replaced them, and it can't pull anything. Barely pull itself, really. Yeah, pulls next to now, you know. But yeah, it's a nice loco, but the wire snapped and that got me soldering iron. I thought, right, I'm gonna do it, you know. Got soldering iron. I've done the job. Oh, that's good. Done exactly what you just said, Twonkville. But not with the pug, with, you know, like the frames of the 50. I didn't realise until after I'd done it and thought, ooh, melted plastic. And it's not bad. It hasn't affected it at all. It's just annoying. But yeah. Oh, Matt, safety glasses are all worth a few pounds. Yeah, I've got some here, actually, just by me Dremel. Yeah, well, I never really thought I'd need them. Nor did I think, but still. I still have me eyes. They're still meant to be... I'm meant to have an eye test soon, but it's due, but I know my eyes haven't really changed. They might have a tiny bit, but I haven't noticed it. They're still perfect to me. When I was younger, I was told I had the very good vision. Well, it's never changed, but I was told by one of them I had the best vision they'd known someone to have. It's that moment of, oh, what's that smell? Then yeah. Ooh, smells a bit funny. Oh. As you can tell, Nathan, I'm on the Guinness. You know how it goes. That 2-minute job, we've all done it, probably. Oh, that reminds me of a job I'd done with a friend of mine and Nathan's. Me and this friend of ours, given the job of redoing the cladding around the front of the cylinder of 4110, and it was just unscrew some things, screw it back in. We thought it would be done for our first tea break, and it took all day. And we found it quite funny, actually, that, you know, we'd done all, you know, we thought it would just be a 10-minute job, or however, half-hour job, I think, you know, it would have been. And Had to have bits cut off and yeah, it's alright. The 10-minute job, yeah. The 10-minute job that becomes a 12-hour job. Like, if I didn't do this on stream and I didn't film it or anything, I just done it, I probably would have done it in half the time. But I wanted to take my time having that and do all this, you know. There's 4 people watching at the moment. The streams run quite smoothly after the first 10 minutes. Also, I touched a brush that had the soldering iron touch to it, quite fresh. I don't know if you can see that little mark there. It seems to be staying like that, but oh well. It's already got a bump on it when I peeled some flesh off it, but I won't get into that for people who don't like hearing about slicing their thumbs and chopping fingers off and all that. Nearly run out. Patient runs out. I've run out of patience before, many times, on this as well. And then I went quite mad when it went bad. Yeah, pretty smooth out. That bump's been there for 5, 6 or 7 years now. No, 5 or 6 I would have guessed. 5 to 7 years. Oh, yes, I can remember nearly fainting in college from the accident. I think I remember you telling me that. Yeah, I'd be the same though, I think. Well, I fainted when I peeled my thumb. That's the only time I have. My Bardic has no glass, so I had to use cling film for a bit. I was talking to someone because I put it on Instagram. I've got an Instagram account that I post the layouts on. In fact, you can see more on the Instagram than the channel nowadays. And I was just trying to shine up some of the brass. And I put the photo on there just saying, Bardic freshly restored on the story option you can do now. And what was it? Stroke of conversation. So I said, what was it? Had one in the loft. Have one in the loft that was my granddad's and all that. And they said, they were telling me all about this Bardic, how he always had it bare metal, and his solution apparently to everything, including, was to wrap tape around the handle of it. And he said, I don't know why he done it, but there would have been a reason, whether it was for the winter so he's not touching, really cold metal, or what, or for better grip or something. But he said, it's... Then there was me, high on painkillers from an ear infection, just cutting my thumb with a stand. Ooh. Yeah. And I remember when you hit your hand with a hammer at work. I remember that. Yeah, that wasn't fun either, was it? Though you have had your accident. I think everyone's had their accidents, haven't they? I mean, this little finger's come off and now it's shaped like mallard. That's my joke. His Bugatti nose. I actually had a jokey thought once. I know I'd never do it, but have my little finger tattooed as mallard, favourite engine. I wouldn't do that, but it was a funny thought. Bugatti nose, Oh yes, splat. Yeah, I remember you saying about that. Yeah, you did. Yeah. You've done some stuff, haven't you, Nathan? You've definitely had adventures, eh? The worst thing I really done was slice that finger off and peel that thumb, and I've had me accidents, haven't I, really, but those are the main ones. I remember passing out and then being made the nicest tea I think I'd ever had. It was the sweetest thing in the world, to give me some sugar, so they'd probably loaded it with sugar, but it was lovely. Then the time I came off my push bike and took the skin off my knuckles. Oh, yeah. The thing is, I can hear your pain there. It's like if you're doing something, say like, I don't know, something like jacking up a car that's on a concrete floor, you know, and your hand just goes, hits the ground really hard, you punch the concrete floor. Oh, the welding class at college, at the field no accidents, but in the college I restored a mammoth for a teacher back in college, and skipped lessons for it, so it was quite fun, you know, just restoring a steam engine for him. And then one day we wanted to steam test it, and couldn't find a lighter anywhere. He got a sparker, gas on, in this burner tray. It was really funny, and it worked, but it was quite funny watching his big, blasted, it's not a nice conflict, blasting at it. It was really funny, but I remember because I set a milling machine on fire then. It wasn't really my fault. Something was set wrong on it that I hadn't done, It wasn't me to be in charge of. Yeah. Never got worked used again. They said it's uneconomical to repair, really. Never used it anyway, really. Oh. Why doesn't it not surprise me, Nathan, that you've set yourself on fire 3 times? It really doesn't surprise me. Is that worrying? That milling machine is the same one that we have at Cranwell, the 1960s one, I think. Yeah, that's a good bit. They're all right until they catch fire. Once with a plasma cutter. I'd love to. I haven't ever seen one in the flesh. I'd love to see one. Laser cutters, yeah. Have I got something in hand reach that was laser cut? I don't think so. I've had things laser cut though. One of my favourite things is the wood lathes. I love them. I used to make they're like tea light candle holders, but they're quite big, It's so nice just to relax with the lathe, just going along with this cylinder of wood. And you can make it in any form you want, any shape and everything, and it's lovely. It's just so much fun. You can make them all the same if you want, if you made a set, or you can make them all different. I always made them different, and that was great fun. Then you had the wax, all the sandpaper, and the wax. And you had to make sure you folded that sandpaper over a few times so you didn't burn your hands because of the friction. It's when you whack it to full voltage to cut some thick... Oh, God. Oh, dear. Yeah, dear. Accidents happen, eh? There's been many of them. Sometimes you learn from them too, which is... I don't know how that's done, Yeah. Many accidents have happened, Now you got the stupid little things like trapping your finger in a door and all that, It was my brother managed all that sort of stuff, getting knocked down, coming away from the ice cream van to her power flask that we thought was filled with cold. Wasn't. Trying to work out what it says on here. I think it says summer. Is it written anywhere else? It's not very legible on the glass itself. I don't know. Ruin the powdered flask. I'm going to shine... It's very, funny. I'll tell you one thing I've done for this bard. I sit it on it just to help prevent scratches. I drew a very, loose diagram. It basically, I drew a random thing and drew 3 lines to show the bardic, you know, and I put a hole in to put the screws in, so I knew exactly where each screw was originally sat. I know that's sad, but hey, I went as thorough as shining up all the screw heads and that, and getting rid of all the rust, just so it looked really smart and nice, and I'm very happy with it. Yeah, I've got a tail lamp. Hang on. Oh, book. I'm just gonna like slowly. I'm decided I'm gonna get the tail lamp for you. Oh, it stinks of paraffin. My original working tail lamp. You can see it's grubby and that, but it's a lovely lamp. You just don't want the wick too high because it gets really sooty. I'm going to put that down there for now. It gets very sooty, and then I sort of made the bathroom floor black when trying to clean it. I've also got, this is all stuff I actually got when I was given this hymek. I was given a load of books, just standard books, but I was also given these 3. So, revised rules for locomotive engineers and firemen from 1954. Question and answers for locomotive men from 1945. It's written on a piece of paper, which is this book, and it's actually got this cardboard cover on it. It's actually originally like that. These are so lovely. Very thin, you know. Good for weathering. It's quite sticky too, paraffin. Yeah. Lovely. Lovely stuff. What's nice is you can get, if it's been burning for a long time, because of course they can burn for hours and hours. I topped it up at the start of December. It ran through all the a lot of the Santa trains, and it's still got about over half of the tank left. Shows teachers were right about covering the books and yeah. Well, here's another thing. An original GWR rule book, 1930s. Now this is the 1933 rule book, but it has supplements for little rule changes. There's a stack of them there. I've got them all in order. But this is a reprint from 1938. And it says it's got supplements 1 to 9, but I've got 10 to 15. But it's original from it's a 1938 print. So it's still a 1930s original book, you know. So the 33 rule book, but printed in 38, you know. But yes, an original book. It's lovely, you know, and it's... That's another thing at the helmet. At work, we've got a Bristol and Exeter tap. Oh yeah, that I can't remember how old it was now, but I remember seeing about that. I've also got a BR driver's. Well, I've got an original guards bag, and I've got original driver's jacket, overcoat, and then I've got a driver's bag, and in that driver's bag, it is full, and I mean full, of documents of all sorts of different diesels, including the HSTs, 37s, 31s, stuff like that, a manual to the 08 shunter, and all these booklets of common faults, and if these faults occur, how to resolve them. And yeah, it's mad. I was given all this by one bloke. He's brilliant. He was an ex-guard at the railway. He joined, I think, not terribly long before I joined, and he left in the end. He's moving up to Scotland, so I ended up with the hymek and the tail lamp and that, and the books. Because he's downsizing, apparently I'll get some more stuff from him. He's got loads of lamps, loads. He's got a bardic of his own, actually. But yeah, he loves his lamps and that. He gave me that one, which I absolutely love, you know. And he gave me the driver's bag about a year ago with the guard's bag and then the jackets, and they're lovely, you know. Oh, wait, Shantamat, yeah, I think that, you know, like the 11 and all that, you know. 08, 09s and 11s, aren't they? Could be if you use it wrong enough. Yeah, could be a hammer. I remember once working on Goliath. We were working on the sanders. It was just a bit of fettling, you know. It's running, it's steaming, you know. You just have the teething troubles to sort out on them. Any little things, you know. And the sanding needed adjusting or something, and we got a bit and we needed a hammer. And the bloke said, "Oh, we better go get a hammer." I went, "Let's use the spanner we got." I said, "I do that at home sometimes." Done the job. Spanners can be hammers. Have you been weighing? You've been weighing it. It's nearly done, isn't it? I want to go when it's in steam. Well, I'll keep those little bits safe. I got a copy of the steam engine when I was sick, so have it now. Sanding gets in the way. I saw your little pun there. Nathan. You know, I can't wait to see 4110 back in Steam. In Steam for the first time in preservation, so I want to be there the day it's first Steam. So if you ever know, Nathan, when there's an intended Steam date, message me, because I'd love to know. Published 1786. Ooh. But yes, let me know when it's steaming. Cheers, Nathan. I'll try to get there, you see, if I... Because, well, with Goliath, I was sort of there. The car broke down and had to go to the garage. And it was done in the afternoon, and picked it up and that. And we went to a railway just to see Goliath in steam. And it was already, you know... The fire was already lit, it was already in steam, and it was just sat in the yard just being checked over at the time. Then I went in the centre of the shed, gave the owner a headboard I made for him, took a ride up the line, which would have been behind the Ivet, and then I went by, and I think it was you and all the others on the footplate going up and down a few times. Are you volunteer? Yes, I am, Flymo. Me and Twonkfield work at the same railway. I can still remember... I wasn't there then, was I? But it's just a lovely loco, that one. Hi, Jennifer. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are well. I'm just talking now, really, because I've already done the hymek. I've got it running, had it on the layout for a bit, and then... Yeah... Goliath, not the volume. It's a Great Western 280 tank engine. It's a beast of a tank engine. It's lovely. Massive thing. Freight engine. Yeah, it's got 8 drives, and they are small driving wheels, you know. But they're nice. I spent 3 days in the cab of it. And I shined up the brass. I wish I could show you, but it's on the phone, and you know. But yeah, I can remember sitting on the lubricator, winding it, did prime on. the oil lines. I bet that was quite fun, really. Yeah. Always remember certain things, you know. It's always been a certain event that's happened that's memorable. You know. Quite a lot of oiling on 8 drivers and the rods. Yeah, but it was a beast. It was definitely a beast. Class 5205. Lovely loco. We top and tailed it on the Santas. That's when we had it running, you know. It top and tailed with the Sentinel. I had a footplate ride on it and it was just lovely. You know, it was a great loco. Get another to do. Yeah, we got 4247 now. Another 280 tank, Great Western tank. They look the same as the 5205. There's some variations. You would know, Nathan. I don't. I think you have told me, but I would have forgotten. Not all knowledge can be stored in one place, really, sadly. That's the thing with railways. You're never going to know it all. That's what it's about, Matt. Every memory is an experience. Have good fun with the volunteer. Oh, it's been great fun. This year, you won't believe it, Nathan, but it marks, in July, it'll be 4 years since I joined. Not to make you feel old or anything, you know. But yeah, 4 years since I joined this year. I'd like to know the difference between... Nathan will probably tell you if he knows. Just don't ask Nathan about prairies. Just don't. All the difference of prairies, he knows it. Knows it off by heart. Yes, it's basically 4200 converted to a 5200, so it gets a bit of a mix between the two classes. I'm gonna disappear for a couple minutes. Well, not even a minute, but Guinness. There you go. Does that look grand? I'm just going to disappear for a minute. Just slowly. Beep. Oh, I've crashed. Beep. Beep. I'm back, slowly but surely. Oh no. I come back to it, didn't I? Prairies. I've come back to prairies. Nathan, I got this. Can you remember it? By any chance? I need you to renumber it. Sorry, I'm just plugging my phone in because it's down to 20%. I think that's it. Should be. I'll get the Airfix Pro kit someday. I got mine for about £1. Yeah. Yeah, Nathan, it's the buffer beams. I don't know if you can. Actually, hang on. Bardic kit. The buffer beams are plain now. There's no numbers on them ready for you. The cab sides are done, so you can actually it's ready for you basically. Ah yes, I forgot about that. Yeah, I haven't really seen you apart from that one time on the Santas, so I'll have to get it to you at some point. But yeah, the cab sides have been done. It's just the buffer beams for you to do now. I've had it running for hours and hours today. I had the 56 running this morning. I got up. I think about an hour or so after I got up, I put the layout on. I ran the 56, and I put the Sentinels running with it for a bit, and shut the Sentinels off after probably a couple of hours, and then I put this on, and it's been running since basically about 15 minutes before I started the stream. So it's had a very good run today. It's a lovely loco though. It does have a squeak in that. I can't wait to see the Rapido 45. If they make 4555, I might hold back and not get a Bachmann one and get a Rapido one, because their stuff seems great. Although I should be getting my Hunslet soon, Nathan. I should be getting it hopefully next month. The DC ones are meant to be shipped out soon. And then Lion is coming on, when is it? April, I think it's meant to be due. And then I'm definitely pre-ordering the Y7. I know I'm going to get the Y7. No matter what you say, I know I'm going to get it because I like the Y7, and I've been saying for a long time that how there should be a Y7 model made. So I have no choice really, you know. I've got to get it, you know. I've got to get it. Can't miss it. And then, like I say, if they make 4555, then I'll probably wait and get their one. Another thing is I won this. I'm literally playing a game with lights now. There you go. If any of you do Instagram, there's good competitions on Instagram. Good competitions. Hornby ones by Hornby themselves and other people. There's an account called 00 Steam, and they've done a competition with this wagon, and it was over 300, nearly 350 entries, I think, and I went and won it. And it's weathered by themselves, and it's very nice. It's like an ex-Southern van, but it's all in LMS livery, and that's quite good. I'm waiting on a 37 from guess who? Acura Scale. The Acura Scale Delta has shouted out to me quite a few times lately. It keeps coming up in my head. It keeps going, oh, you should maybe get a Deltic. And I think, it's too big for my layout. It will look stupid with the amount of coaches I'd run normally. And I'm like, but then they're doing the 37 and the Manor. You nearly pre-ordered the Manor. And then there's the 15XX by Rapido I'd like, which has working sliding cabside shutters, which is like a first for model railways. There's too much out there nowadays. Just too many. And the more good models they make that we want to buy, the poorer we get. Nice finish on the box, man. Is it a special issue? It's a standard back. It's an old wagon, really, but it's been weathered by a chap called 00 Steam who seems to do commissions, and they just done this and done it as a competition, and I won it, luckily. Here's something I've randomly kept on to for some time now. The internals of a floppy disk. Well, the floppy disk itself. Of course, it'll never work now it's out and been held, but there's a floppy disk. Don't know why I've still got it. Just have it. To be fair, it often sticks to the base of the... Because I normally have it just sat on this tub of bits and bobs, and it always sticks to it because of the magnets that are normally in the bottom, you know. But the quality of the... Hello, Joe. What is it? The floppy disk? I don't know how big it is. Hang on. It's about 3.5 inches in diameter. Hello again, Joe. You alright? You come back on. The hymek's working now. I got it going. I nearly didn't. I put a hole in my thumb. Not bad. It's just a dent. Oh, I forgot you were making those. How's it going, Nathan? But yeah, this is running really nice and smooth now. It's lovely. Well, you can't really see it's working at the moment. I ran it for about 10 minutes. It ran well. I haven't touched it since. It is a bit bodged under there. You can see that's solder. That's just wrapped round because the clip broke and I haven't sorted it out yet. Well, I'll have to buy a part for it, you see. But it does run, and it runs really well and does a nice slow run. You're moving house. Oh, are you? Did they get fed up with you? Is it another share, or is it like place of your own, or what? But I've got an angry cutting thing to do now to do with it. Do it with. I was given this ages ago, and I never used to have a purpose for it because I think I had it before Model Railways. A Dremel. It's very old. I was given it, you know. The wire wheels are gone on them now, really, because I used them on the Bardic. The last lot of it, really. But a lot of Dremels now have speed settings, and this one doesn't. It just goes, you know. The original. So yeah, this is a later one. I'm lost with the GWR numbers. Have a look at book coverage. I've got some book of GWR numbers I picked up from the 7200 Trust. Basically the bigger version of Goliath. Why are you drinking pina coladas, Joe? I finished my Guinness. Asked me stop because there's no more alcohol in the fridge. Look how sad I look. How bad is that? You know, only one. Well, we've been going for 4 hours now, which is brilliant. Yeah, it's nice doing this little bit of chatting, really. But yeah, the nice hymeks back to life. I'll have to send Kerry a video, probably in the morning now, because he'd be gone, he'd be out, you know, asleep now. Just trying to find a good lighting. Oh, that'll do. I can do. This is a packet box here, and this is a match truck box. I can do a double hymek. Now it just looks like I'm being worshipped by hymeks. I'm a healthy boy. I drink cider which has fruit in it. Oh, you gotta love cider. You gotta love cider. Railway do a really sweet cider, really sweet. Then there's Old Rosie, which is a nice one. Gladiator is nice, from a company called Lily's. Is it 7.4 or 7.8%? I don't know. I can't remember, but it's good. I think it's the strongest cider they do it anyway. And it's good. It's good stuff. So it's healthy, yeah. Well, as they always used to say, Guinness is good for you, isn't it? Put iron in me now. I've got Old Rosie's rocket fuel. Yeah. I've often been to space and back when I've had some old rosy. You see, my hair's a mess at the moment. Need to have it cut, but I haven't had it done yet. Yeah, Guinness, iron. What's it? Doctors would recommend it if you were anemic and that. Yeah. If you're anemic, have some Guinness. It get quick way to put iron in you, wouldn't it? I just seem to end up with Guinness now. Given Guinness, bought Guinness, drink Guinness, get Guinness. It's alright. I saw online of Guinness flat cap, which I thought was right up my street, with all my flat caps. No one sees it here on YouTube because I'm always indoors, but I do always wear a flat cap. But yeah, they did always recommend cigarettes, Whiskey is nice. I'm not disagreeing there, Joe. After all, whiskey is my favourite. I absolutely love Jack Daniel's honey. Jack Daniel's, they always mix it with lemonade if they advertise it and so they say, put it with honey, no, lemon and lemonade and that. But it's better with Coke in my opinion. It's lovely. Liquid gold, I call it. Good stuff. I want some soon, actually. I haven't had any for a while, actually. Been on the Guinness normally. Yes, I find it good with Coke. Yeah, I like the normal. I don't mind the apple, but the honey one's where it is for me. Or just straight out the bottle. What about rum and Coke? I've tried Captain Morgan rum on its own a little bit and I didn't like it. Never tried it with anything, but I love this tail lamp. And you now know that it'll live on 39 every Santa train I'm on there. There was a confusion because I had my Bardic on the back and then it disappeared and the driver was like, what? Have you not got a red light on the back? And then he looked down like, oh yeah, you got the lamp on there. Because even though I can just go on the Bardic and that's it, you've got to light the tail lamp and put it on. It looks more proper, I got called old for liking rum and Coke. I got called old for liking whiskey, apparently. I have a wartime newspaper with an ad that says your doctor recommends cigarettes for a smoother throat. Craven, eh? Smoothest throats in the world then, eh? Oh dear. It's not on me at the moment, Joe. Not on the desk. It's back there. I can get it. There is a prairie though. Whiskey and Coke, never tried it. Hearing people drinking whiskey, 9 brew, God. Ooh. I want to try whiskey and iron brew now. I also want to try whiskey and tea after Nathan said about it. And I still haven't tried it, and I'm desperate to try it. Just seen some. I'll get you prairie in a second, Joe. Promise. I ain't touching tobacco, don't worry. I'm just... There you go, you've got a cleaner lens now. Ignore I'm just cleaning my phone with IPA. There we go. Oh, are you Nathan? Have you joined them with steam raising yet, Nathan? You join them in the mornings. I'll just get Joe's prairie quickly. I must look funny coming up here, just bobbing me head up and down. Momentum, isn't it? I should probably go. I remember you on about possibly joining them. There you go, Joe. Does that keep you happy? I don't see it wrong way round because it's on a selfies type of camera. I'm running out of space. I've run out of loco space completely, but still. I look like I'm just sniffing the top of a chimney though. Okay, that's fair enough, Nathan. I do want to come in and see Natty and all that eventually, because he's still got my Holden, you know. Do you know what, out of anything Natty has of mine, including that nice pristine Mark III coach, I want the Holden. I want the intercity liveried Holden. Because I think it's great. That's right, Joe. Let them in, make them tea and paint a few bit. Yeah. I want to go back in because I haven't been since Christmas. I've been busy on this lamp. Basically, my weekends and every day in general has been taken up by this lamp, and now it's done. It's nice. What about photographic grey? Do you know what is? It would be nice to paint a loco in photographic grey in the future. I think that IPA fogged over a little bit. There you go. Maybe we should paint Joe's Prairie into photographic grey. Let's go. Joe's just screaming at his phone right now. No, not my prairie. Cough, cough, new video. Yeah, everyone go check Twonkfield Railways. Yeah, everyone go onto Nathan's channel. He's got some good content on there, actually. He's got some good... I like his railgun video, that's good. I want to take your inspiration of when you... I don't think it was that video, but when you let steam go through the entrance of Little Twonkfield and blasting through, and I want to do that with my engine shed. On my harbour eventually for a video when I do a running session. yeah, that's. I think, Joe, it's already been repainted. It could go into photographic grey. Have nice lining too, and then you can take better film photos of it. I took a photo of this prairie with a film camera. Actually, I've built a film camera that I haven't tried out yet. Oh yes, I bought a clothes steamer and steamed my out instead. Yeah. Used to have a steam cleaner somewhere. Used to have a steam cleaner in an old place I lived in. That was good, you know. I should use that. Oh dear. Yeah, so go check out Twonkfield Railways either after the stream or before. I would put it in the chat, but I haven't got anything I can put it in. Nathan, you can go put a link in there, but it won't send as a link. Oh no, it will, because you're admin of the... I think aren't you a... I can't see on here. Aren't you a moderator on the stream? I think you are. If you are, put your channel link in. You'll know if you've got a little spanner next to your logo and that. Yes, if I think you are actually. So, put if there's a little spanner next to your channel name in the chat, then I believe it means you are. I think I set you as one a long time ago. I might be wrong. I might have set Natty as it, but I can't remember. If you are... I don't know. I can't see on here, you see. But if go for it anyway. If it posts as a link, it posts as a link. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's always a chance. But if not, everyone else can go check your channel out because it's good. He's got some good content and deserves some more subscribers. We are 4 hours and 14 minutes into the stream. I do not know what time it is because I'm not facing the clock. That one doesn't work. I need a clock fitted up there. get rid of that photo of the Duchess, we'll move it and put a clock up there. I've got like 3 clocks in this room and they're all facing the other way. 1:15. I got a watch. I could always put my Apple Watch on. That's all right, Nathan. You deserve it, really. After all, you've got me packet going. You're gonna renumber my prairie eventually. What else have you? I've lent you locos. You've lent me locos. I was only looking back yesterday at the photos of the Ginty, because I absolutely loved that Ginty. You know, we've. Hi, Lewis. You all right? Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Nathan. It's been nice chatting to you. I know we don't get to chat all the time, so yes, it's nice to talk. I shall chat to you soon, and I hope you have a good day at the railway tomorrow. Oh yes, back in the day. Back in the day. Yeah. Yes, thanks for tuning in, Nathan. I shall see you eventually. Hopefully not too long now. Hopefully at the railway soon. I've finished my lamp, so I've got my life back now. Yes, definitely. I can't wait. I think I might see if I can swing the shovel on a turn with it. I know I can swing a shovel for Lady Nan on Driver for a Tenner, so... Yeah, bye Nathan, take care. See you soon. So how are you, Lewis? You doing well? This is Joe's Prairie, by the way. It's a nice loco. It's lovely. It's Lima. It's a 4575. It's numbered 4577, so it's fairly new into the class of it, you know. It's had a repaint in its past life and real coal added and a few other bits and bobs done to it. It's a lovely loco, runs brilliant on the layout. It's got an interesting pickup system, which is not original, but it's lovely. Just got that. This is the hymek I've restored on the stream. When the stream ends, you can always look back on it. It did take me about 2 hours to do, though. But it's a good loco. It runs very nicely now. It's bodged. Had to bodge one part of it to get it going for the stream, and I shall sort that little bit out in the future. I've got to order a part basically, but then I shall do it. I'm trying to think. Joe, is it alright if I do it next stream? Because my battery's a bit low. My battery won't last long, you see. Is it alright if I run it next stream? The next stream I've got planned, I've got it written down in a book. I think it's meant to be mostly diesel, so that will fall under it, and then I've got a standard 5 to run, and then I'll run this if that's alright. Yeah, that's alright. It's a keep in demand in the firebox. Nothing. Yes, it's alright. I do steam raising. I haven't done it for a little while though. I need to swing the shovel. How are you, Matt? How's the Bardic looking? I'm good. I got my life back now it's done. It's basically took up my life and now there you go. Nice and grey now. Sorry, Joe. It's off to be painted into a lovely photographic grey. There you go. Looks lovely. Very smart now. Very happy with it. That actually was brass in the end, not just really grubby metal, because it was black. But yeah, it's done. It looks lovely. And I'm happy with it. I've been updating people all throughout the thing, probably driving them crazy because I've been working on it since Christmas. But it's good. There's 6 people on the stream right now. Welcome everyone who has joined. But yes, I've been good. Us guards might take... No, you're not. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on this one too. Because I know the guards loved my Bardic. Not my tail lamp, sorry, because mine didn't go out. Did I use it? I used it on Christmas Eve. Joe. It was put on the Sentinel on the 23rd of December, left for me, because apparently, you wouldn't believe it, but apparently the Sentinel is the best place to leave something for me, which I find quite funny, really. But, yeah. I'm keeping my eye on it. But yes, I used that Bardic on Christmas Eve when it was all yellow in a tatty state. I plan to bring it, when I'm next to the railway, I'll bring it with me, and I'm going to put it on the Sentinel and get some photos and what have you. Do you know what? There is a photo on Google of a small prairie. I think it's a 4575 as well, actually, in photographic grey, and it's quite nice. It's quite amazing to think that railway companies painted engines just so they come out better in photos. I think it's great. There's a photo of Midland Compound in it. And what's my view on motorbike? Just motorbikes in general, Joe? I like them. I wouldn't have one. I'd rather an extra set of wheels, you see. I'm more cars. I'd rather four. I like a motorbike. I like looking at them. I love seeing the vintage ones, but I wouldn't own one. I wouldn't ride on one. I'd stick to cars. I've been watching a lot about. I don't know if anyone's seen Bangers and Cash. It's Thornton Le Dale in Yorkshire. A little company, well, I say little, called the Matthewsons, and they auction off cars, and and it's so fascinating. They do bikes as well, and some memorabilia and all stuff like that, and it's really good. It's very interesting. You can see how much certain vehicles will go for and all stuff like that. Yes. Hello, I'm going to call you Cobra. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. As you can see, the stream is titled Bringing My Old Hymek Back from the Dead. Here's the hymek. It is back from the dead. It is running. It runs well, but it's... hi, Dan. I didn't know you done... Well, loosely knew you had YouTube, but I didn't know your name. By the way, Evelina was a... Oh, yeah, I think I remember you telling me. But, yeah. Good price as well. Wasn't this one £5, Joe? I think you said you picked it up for £5. Yeah, I hope you're right, Dan. This is my hymek. It's already going now, but I'm not running it. I ran it for about 10 or so minutes on the loud, and it runs really nicely. After sitting for God knows how long. Oh, £15. It's still a good loco, especially for that price. But it's got this, you'll see, Chris, it's quite an unusual pickup system. But it works, and it works well. It ran really well, yeah. They seem to run well. Well, from my experience, which is this one. Oh, yeah, the hymek. Yeah, the hymek ran. It done good slow speed as well, really, for its age. So, yeah. Still got the floppy disk. I got a tray of broken brushes as well. You probably can't see. Oh, I've dropped them. No, I think I just dropped the needle. I'll put that needle away later. It's what's the voltage? I assume it's the standard 12 volts. Dan, standard controller and all that. I had it on 50% of the controller. It seemed very happy. But it's what, 6-wheel pickup, I think. It's all wheel on there, and I think it's about 2 wheels on there, so 6 out of 8. But I've sort of got... Where did I get it from? I was given it from one of the old guards from the railway, where I got my old 1930s books and all that. A lot of original railway stuff has come from him. The thing is, I already had one. So I've got 2 now. I bought this one off eBay. It was a project, a non-runner, but it's come in handy because it was a reference if I needed it for that one. Did have a Smoky Joe and gin until you sold it. I've got 2 Smoky Joes. I have the standard Smoky Joe that everyone's had for many years, and everyone's got to have a Smoky Joe, you know. And then I got the centenary one, which has the metal handrails, the lining. It looks really smart and it's a very good runner. But yeah, it's a lovely loco, that. Nearly 11:30. God. I can go for ages, really. The Church of Hymek. Hang on. I don't have a... My hats are back. My hats are back there. They're praying to me. Because they're both hymeks that I've brought back to life. I'm some sort of god to them, and they just look up to me. You know. That's why I am the hymek god now. That's the wrong prairie. Joe would probably rather see his than mine. My 5542. There you go. Now it's sort of the Church of Prairie and Hymek. Hang on, if I get a bigger loco box. Like that. It might become this whole big random setup. There you go. Prairies and Hymeks. There we go. We just need it back. There we go. There you go, Flymo. We've got a whole loco set up now. I'm just sitting in the background, you know. Standard one is so far. Yeah, I've got the standard one. It zips around the layout. It's great. I think Hornby. I said about the centenary one. I said if they make it go really fast, that's quite cool because that's like the origin of Smoky Joe. And then I said, but if they make it sensible speed, that would just be so lovely. One real XL and Y Smoky Joe actually ran in the western region in the late 40s, early 50s. When the Hymeks first tested, I don't know, but I do know they would have, Kerry, who gave me the model, his model, he drove the Hymeks, so drove Hymeks, 25s, 37s, I don't know if he drove HSTs or not, I can't remember, 31s, because the 31 set fire on him. There was a class 37 derailment that he was second manning at the time. And he drove a 47. It crashed. It slid into a shed and hit in 08. When the Hymeks first tested. Little House on the Prairies. Yeah, they're nice. Yeah. Oh dear. They're lovely locos. These two are 4575s. I haven't got a 45 double X yet. I'm just going to make room so I'm sort of more visible. This one's impersonating 5542, which visited the railway before Joe and Dan, I believe. Yes, it would have been. And then this is Joe's Prairie, which is 4577, which is just a generic prairie that has no link. 1971, yeah, that probably sounds about right. Have you got I haven't got it with me again, it is back in storage at the moment. I've got literally these and the wagon I won. Which seemingly would be happy with a bit of oil. Hymex introduced withdrawn 97. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. They do seem quite around that age, don't they? Sorry, I'm just oiling my... I joined the day... Ah! God, it feels like you've been here longer. God, L92. What a beautiful loco that is. I'm still after a model of it. I normally end up spending my money and then one comes up. That's normally my luck. I'm not going to run that one for hours. I oiled the Prairie and that ran for hours and hours and hours. There we go. I don't think she got boring. I liked it. Do you know what? I've grown to like one thing a lot more. Like, I can look at an express passenger engine and go, oh, that's a lovely engine. But at the moment, for me, you can't beat a Great Western tank engine really making some noise up a hill with a good load behind it. That is a sound and a half, especially from the footplate. That is something that's just, you know. I just loved that engine though. I got footplate footage of her and all sorts. It's lovely. I enjoyed it. I got nice photos Alice took of me with L92. I was looking back at it. I've got a... I seem to have one too, Dan. It's this thing here. I don't know how long I've had it. If Joe knows when he passed it to me, I'd love to know, because I want to know how many months I've had it now. Quite a bark from the exhaust, as they say. Yeah, the bark, that is... Normally, if I go on the computer on Train Simulator, I will drive a Great Western engine up a hill and get it barking, you know. Especially a Manor. A Manor class has a great bark. Was it? I wouldn't remember. So that was probably back in L92 days then. Well, I've had it since, and it has been a great runner and is beautiful on the layout. Looks good on the layout. Joe has said himself that it suits the layout. So it's a good engine, and I've enjoyed having it. And I enjoy having it until you want it back. It's not too bad on scale, really, compared to a modern Bachmann one. It's a bit taller, but not by much. Probably 2mm taller, which isn't bad, really. Yes, they definitely were, especially in the spam cam guys. You know, that was good, you know. Very interesting. But yeah. Now this is a good Prairie. Ooh, this one won't run on my inside line, it will derail. This one is fine over it. So this is sort of my inner line Prairie until Joe wants it back. But yeah. But yeah, spam cans are good. Pre-rebuild ones anyway. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. What if he does not want it back? Well, it's up to him. If he don't want it back, then I'll be shocked, because it's a lovely loco. But it'll run on Roger Bay as long as I have it, you know. For as long as I have the loco, it'll do a good service. And it'll do a good service until he wants it back, and when it goes back to him, it will be serviced and looked after, and when he wants it back, I'll make sure it's nice and serviced and fresh for him. Ready to do a good few miles, you know. It is due about time to put it back on the layout and run it, so I'll do that in the next stream I do, so he can see it. It's a lovely loco. Very reliable, and will do a nice slow speed as well. So yeah, it's good. Just got a couple of people on at the moment, which is good. Considering it is like 20 to midnight, which is good going for me. I think this is the longest stream I've done, but I could be wrong. I haven't really got... Well, I could plug in an old phone, but, you know, I don't really want to do that. I'm sure Joe will want it back anyway, because it is a lovely loco. I got a photo of it taken with an old film camera too, which is... It's a nice photo, you know. I've still got the cotton buds to put... I've still got everything to put away from the hymek restoration. Most of it is literally just cotton buds in the bin, put that down there. Good going. It's good to get a good rep with the repairs. Yeah, I seem to have at the railway, there was a lad I'm friends with. I don't see him much anymore though there, and he used to fix all my engines, and now I ended up fixing other people's engines. My job now, it's alright, he still repairs the odd one. But I like these, I don't mind doing them. I repaired a Duchess in BR Blue on Boxing Day. Boxing Day, I had a friend, another volunteer from the railway, who went, Matt, I got this lovely engine, this lovely Duchess for Christmas, and it started mucking about. And I go, okay. He said, can you fix it? I went, oh yeah, when? Tomorrow? Okay, and then he gave me a warship chassis to work on. I got that going, and then it didn't work for him for some reason, but I don't get that. He's not fussed about it. I got the Duchess going, and he was over the moon. He picked it up the next day. He loved it. So it's nice to see people enjoying them. That is a pannier tank, if I remember. An early 1800s one with the open top cab, if I remember. Is it an open top cab? The numbering sounds right, because I've got one of them. Good going. It's good. Yeah, I already read that. I just never saw Dan's comment there. Oh yeah, they're good engines. I gotta love a good engine, you know. The old ones are so reliable. They are so reliable. They are, you know, they're easy to work on, easy to repair. And even now, you can easily get spare parts, and if not, you get replacement. You can just buy a spares and repairs one, you know. You should run... I seem to already do that, Dan. I seem to already do that on my engines, you know. On the other, I don't mind doing them now and then, as long as I don't have to buy a new motor for them and that. I won't, you know. I don't mind putting a drop of my own oil and using some of my own IPA on them, but as long as I don't have to put a lot of any money into them, you know, it's fine. Like what was it? The Duchess, that lovely I loved it. I literally fixed it with super glue. A blob of super glue was all that was needed to fix it, really. But it took me ages. Do I charge anyone? No. And it is open cabbed. I'd love to start a model railway, but I don't have room. Give me a second, Lewis. Just give me a second. Just getting something. Just based off your comment. Meet Grove. This is a micro layout I built. It's very micro. And it's just a field with sheep, a wall, fence, grounded wagon, The grounded wagon hides a power track clip. All ballasted, static grass. It's more of a, I will admit, it looks more of a diorama, but it's a functioning layout and it's lovely. Just rotate it. You can always build micro layouts. Trust me. I haven't had room about 4 times now, but I've always found room those 4 times. Rebuilt with a... I have had the same problem with my Duchess. I had to rebuild the valving. This wasn't all valves. It was there's the gears. The gear the worm engages to is on a shaft with 2 gears, and basically they were slipping, and a blob of super glue between them stuck them together, and they didn't slip. Yeah, it does look lovely. Yeah, it's a lovely little layout. I've got one literally down there, and it's my Western region themed micro layout. I just keep knocking everything at the moment. I just got to get the film camera that fell on the floor. Luckily, it's not my original film camera from the 1930s. Otherwise, I would have been upset though. It was just a plastic one I built. That's my M7. Does that actually sat perfectly on the rails? Nearly, at least. That's good. It is a lovely little layout though. And then I've got Bristol Harbour I'm building, which only bit's been shown on the channel. It's progressed a lot more since that video. So, in fact, I've got chain link fencing for it now. It arrived the other day. Do I look like a god to these locos or something? These are the 2 of the exact same number and everything. Whereas those are different. Nice. When it's simple like that, super glue changed a lot. Yeah, well, we thought it was motor. Every time we raised it, and we got to a point where we raised the motor so much the body wouldn't go on, and it just wouldn't work, and we were so confused by it. And then in the end, it turned out I thought, well, let's put a drop of super glue in it. See, that won't hurt anything. Yeah, fixed it. You're going to have SS Group written on your Bristol Harbour. No, it's not that sort of area, and that would be way too big for the layout. It's only a little layout. I'm going to have a dumb barge and a little steamboat, maybe another little boat or something. But that, as much as that would be brilliant, that would be way too big, sadly. It's probably the size of nearly the size of the layout is actually that boat. So if you scaled it, But it is a nice little layout. I've got to get the cranes for it, which are really expensive, so I haven't looked at them. That's my... I am not building the SS Great Britain. Well, I'm glad to have done this hymek today, because that's ticked off another project. I'm glad I finished the Bardic the other day, because that's another project gone. I have this list of projects that I'm just very slowly getting down. It's not the easiest number interchange on the hymek as such. The early Hornby and Lehman. I'm not fussed with... If they got the same number, it doesn't matter to me. I'll just run them. I'll still run them. I'll still double head them if I want. I will do. I'm not that fussed with things like that. I seriously don't mind. I've got coaches with the same numbers. I'm not fussed. What else I've got? I've got 2 models of 9400. One the old Lima and one the new Bachmann one. I've got 3 hymeks now. 3 hymeks. God knows how many panniers and all. I've got too much. You can never have too many trains. Remember that. I know I said to Lewis, there's always room, but I don't think I'd have the room. I would have to start shelves next. There's so many different layout ideas I'd love, and I can't build all of them. I designed a whole layout and worked out how much it would cost to build, and it would be a beautiful layout, but I don't know where the designers went for it. It was based around one loco as well. Meaning that I have two Scotsman versions. I only have the one Scotsman. It's the old Triang Hornby ones with the chuff tender, which is beautiful. And do you know what? It's one of my best running Triang locos. And it's lovely. It's a good loco. That's a fleet. Well said. Never too many. I got 78 engines now. Only 2 away from 80. Only 2. 11 panniers. The thing is with panniers is there's so many, well, like most things, there's so many liveries, there's so many variants, so different classes of pannier, and you just can't have enough. I want a BR black one for the harbour layout due to the era it's based round. It's sort of a BR black pannier would look good on there and is right for the layout. You've got GWR livery pannier. I'd love a BR lime green 64 XX, which would be lovely. I've a Princess Victoria with a chuff box, but the sand's worn off the tang under the... Oh, I've got 1 Princess Victoria, 2 Elizabeths, although one's been badly renamed. 2 of them, the Elizabeths, are in a bad state. But the other one's not as bad. I'm just going to turn that light off to just save its battery. But yeah, it's alright. I got a good collection going. My Victoria though, lovely loco. It cost me a tenner at an exhibition. It's been brilliant. Onto water now. How bad is that? But yeah. See, I've got so many photos that just go all around on my wall, apart from like back there by the door. I've got so many photos everywhere. Just everywhere you look, there's something different, you know. Somewhere, there, that's a drawing of a cuckoo. A family member drew. We went through. They were moving the house. Went through the stuff, and he went, "Oh, I'll just sling it." I went, "No, that's your drawing. It's brilliant. I've never seen your drawing before," because he was meant to be really good at it, and I saved it. He says, "Yeah, you can have it." I don't want it. Waddle attacks. Oh God. Oh dear. But yeah, I've got stuff to put away and tidy up, and I'll have a very nice lie-in in the morning, I think. Maybe not make it to the afternoon asleep, but still. The stream's been running really well. I noticed an improvement in our Wi-Fi's gone from really bad to it's getting better sort of thing. So it seems to be running all right. I got the FPS and that at the top, which it just seems to be all right. But yeah, I got a BR green hymek. I think it's in one of those little drawers up there. And then I got live steam engines. If I didn't have them, I'd stack more boxes up. Pretty quite high actually, just to fill it up with locos. But I'm building loco storage soon because I've ran out, and I'm building something. It's meant to be a workbench, like a very compact workbench. But in all seriousness, it's more a cabinet for loco storage with some fancy stuff to do. How about an air-based railway? Do you know what? If I had a little compressor, I'd probably get a mammoth here now and shove down where the safety valve goes and blast some air in it and run it. But I haven't steamed them in ages, actually. I have been meaning to, but I've only got enough water for one engine to steam. When you've got 3 steam engines, it's like, what one do I pick to have the last steaming until I have to buy more water? I got the special edition steamroller. I've got number 90 of 100 made. I've got a stationary Mammoth, and then I've got a Willisco engine, which just runs so beautifully and ticks over lovely. But yeah. Have you ever seen about air-powered locos? I think they're narrow gauge, aren't they? But they're quite interesting. And then, of course, you've got the fireless steam engines, which just runs off factory waste. How about V2 launch site, railway, and the railway drivers? Oh dear. I'm getting tired now. It's just, well, I've nearly been going for 5 hours. I've never gone this long on a stream before, so it's good going. And it is 5 to midnight, which is it's good going. Too many really. I have enough parts to build a few more. You can't have enough, Chris. Remember that. That's the. I know how everyone says rule 1 of model railways is you run what you want, it's your model railway. Rule 2 is you can never have enough engines. You can never have enough layouts, engines, everything. You just go with it until you cannot go any further, So a fireless Sentinel kept at Glasgow. I need to go up to that museum. Isn't that where they got 1, 2, 3? Got to use Cottonworks. I've seen the Sentinel SMU steam multiple unit, which is such a unique thing. It's at Buckinghamshire Railway Centre. It's so unique. It's quite interesting actually. I'd love to ride in the steam rail motor at Didcot. That would be brilliant. I think that would be lovely. I know Nathan has, which he's long gone off the stream now, but I know he travelled to Didcot on the train and went there. So unique. It's the first time I've heard of that one. Yeah, it's very interesting. You'll have to look at it online when you can. I think it's called an SMU because it is basically a multiple unit, like your normal diesel multiple units, but it's steam powered, so it's like a SMU. It's interesting. But yeah, it's. Do you know what? I keep thinking this last few days. There's so many locos out there. There's so many railways out there, and there's so many that you don't actually know. There's engines out there, like preserved steam engines as well, that I don't know are preserved. I probably never heard of them, but one day I'll find out about them and I'll be so interested about it. It's like the flying buffer beam, like the smallest standard gauge steam engines. I've seen the wheels of it at Buckinghamshire Railway Centre, just like in the distance. It was in front of Met 1. And do you know what? That would be lovely to see when it's running, but it's been like on and off for ages, so but there's so many engines out there mostly that you just never think of, like the coffee pots. I know about them, I've known for a while, but quite an interesting thing that not everyone would have heard about. Steam Elephant is a bit more of a popular one. Well, it's a Sentinel. If you search Buckinghamshire Railway Centre Sentinel, it might come up. It's basically like a multiple unit anyway, but it's steam powered. I might not have it bang on, you see, but there's quite a few weird things Sentinel built before Rolls-Royce took over, and then you had Thomas Hill, which was a bit. Thomas Hill took steam locos, steam Sentinels, and turned them into diesel engines because, in fact, us at Cranmore had one way back. Well, I say way back. we had it for a while, and it's now in Glastonbury, owned by a farmer in a rather unique livery, and I think they've got a Mark III that come from the Somerset and Dorset now to turn into a cafe or something. But yeah, no, our railway has a US Army crane right up the other end at Mendip Vale. It hasn't been touched for ages, you know. But yeah, it's there. It's interesting. But yeah, there's so many locos out there that we just haven't heard of, but are there. There's railways out there. Like, before Laurie's Mechanical Marvels, I never knew the Mid-Suffolk Light Railway existed. But there's just so many out there. And all of them are unique. All of them have something different about them. Even with engines, there's always something unique about them. There's something different. Even if they're the same class, there's some of them have little quirks, different things. 5542 in real life has the fanciest speedometer I've ever seen fitted to a steam loco. In the sense that there's a switch on the side to turn it on, which I accidentally found when doing Brasso in the cab. I switched it and it lit up on this little screen, 5542. Like the cab side number plate, it just done up like that. Then the speedo needle just goes zzz, up to 80 miles an hour, I think it is, and back down to 0. Then it just loads up GWR shirt button logo, which is the livery of 5542. Well, was until I think they put her in BR green before she ran out of ticket. Do you know what? That was a very nice speedo, you know, for a steam engine. That was lovely, you know. I'm going to disappear for just 1 minute, and I shall be back very soon. I always do this. I'm going to put a comment in. There we go. Very quickly, yes, I've seen Joyce. I saw it back in November when they were shut. I took a visit round and walked around, and then I saw it back the time before that. I saw it wasn't even running. It's a working flux time capacitor. I will check it out, Matt. Interesting. Alice Susan knew some lovely scratch builds of unusual pieces of railways, mainly southern. Like I said, I'll just be back a second. Right. Not shameless plug. I might have to have a peek then at some point. Been a while since I watched this. Oh dear. I think after this stream I'm literally going to put everything away and then I'm just going to be zonked out. Yeah. 5 people watching, which now it's gone midnight. That's good going. And I'm literally less than 15 seconds away, now 10, from streaming for 5 hours, which is very good going of me. This is like 2 hours. Yeah, this is my longest stream now, definitely. And it's -3 degrees outside at the moment. I got one of these fancy electronic watches. I use it. It's useful for when I got calls and messages, because I have my phone on dead silent, and then I have the watch tap me on the wrist every time I've got a message and that. It's very useful for that, and then timers and that. So, well, if you're needing to get some tidying up done, then don't let's keep you. Oh, that's all right, Flymo. I'm all right. I'll end the stream when I feel like it. You're not keeping. I'm off, Matt. Nice talking to you, and see you at some point. Yes, I'll see you at some point, Dan. See you at the railway. Yeah, take care. Get some good sleep, Dan, you, and have a good day tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your weekend whilst you can. Yeah, it's all right, Philomena. Don't worry. It's the stuff I got to put away. It will take not even 5 minutes probably. It'll be those locos, or one on the layout, one back in storage, that one in storage. That one doesn't have any storage because I have no more storage for locos, so I've just got to put that probably down on the little micro layout. Put a Dremel away, a box under the bed, little things. It won't take long. This tub of things. That van on the layout, helping hand away, camera, little things. It won't take 5 minutes, Maybe put away my steering wheel. For Christmas I got a steering wheel, because I bought a car game on the computer, because why not? It was going a lot cheaper than it was meant to be, so I went for it because I like the game. It's heating up here. I got fed up with the cold today. I think it's around 0 degrees. I know the feeling. I have to get a bed with space underneath and then do away with the... That's alright, Joe. Take care. I hope you've enjoyed at least seeing your prairie visible. Like I said, I'll run it next stream for you if you're on. Okay? Yeah, take care, Joe. Like I said with Dan, enjoy the rest of your weekend. We still have 5 people on at the moment, which is brilliant. And the stream's still running smoothly with 5 hours going, and give it maybe half hour and I'll disappear, Bye, Joe. It depends if people fizzle out or what. At this point, it's just chilling and putting your feet up and chatting now, because I've done my work now for the night. I've put the effort in. Now it's time to relax. I've got messages to reply to after as well, so it's all right. But yeah, I've enjoyed the stream. It's been nice. I don't mind. I guess I hope you guys. Well, you lot have been watching, but it's all right to just sit with a couple locos on display and chatting. Yeah, that's Joe's Prairie. That is. I'm gonna move my one. That one I had for Christmas one year, a couple years ago now. But this is Joe's Prairie. It was originally British Railways livery, but someone put it in Great Western. It's lovely. It's had real coal added. I know you can't see it brilliantly. Hang on. There it is. Real coal. You can just about make it out. One of the moulded lamps removed. And then what is the most unusual, if I can show you, is this pickup mechanism. It's ever so random, but it's interesting. So we've got 4 people on at the moment, which is nice to see. I'm just going to put it up like that and like that. There we go. I'm still being praised by locos, just not as many. Just put it there. Just be easier to have that there. I got myself a nice Pepsi. That's a nice finish from the British Rail. Yeah, it's a decent job. There's a couple areas where it's a bit, bit funny, and one of the transfers are a bit, well, they're all right. It's just one here is a bit splodgy, and this one's missing a bit of the W. To be fair, it's quite good that side. It's not 100%. Like, if you can just see at certain angles under the right light in the old BR crest where it's just been painted over, it must have. But to be fair, it's a good job. And I've been stuck with it for a good while now. A few months, but I'm not whinging. It's been a good loco. It's just, it's Joe's engine, you see, and I had a point where nearly every week I was going, do you want your engine back yet? When do you want your engine? I'd message him like the day before I'm in. I go, you in the railway? Yeah. Would you like your engine back? No. Have it a bit longer. And in the end I kept going, when do you want your engine back? I've had it ages. But yeah, Joe hasn't got a lout, you see, so he doesn't mind me keeping on with it for a bit. And it's a lovely loco to keep on with, so. But yeah, it's a decent loco. It does the job. It's very nice and smooth. For its ages, of course, it's good. It's a good engine. I like running my Bachmann engines at night normally because they're very quiet and smooth, and they can achieve a nice slow speed for a really long period of time. Like, I've had my standard 5 and Ivet double head for like 6 hours. That other Prairie that I just took off the screen about a minute ago. That is, how old is it? That must have been going 6 or so hours today. I don't know really. It must have been that or more, had it going in reverse for quite a while, and then I went, well, I'll have it going forward, even running, and happy. I like to try and run them sort of even, because at least with the older engines, you can tell what direction they've been ran in a lot. Because I've had engines that will run one way and not the other. Well, one way really beautifully, and the other way it doesn't like it. But it's good. I would have got I nearly put the Midland compound out on here. There's too many locos that it would just build up. Like, I would have got that 4110 for Joe again, but it's just it's built up so much. Yeah, the Bachmann do run smoother and quite. I don't know if it's the gearing. I don't know, but my 25 is just beautiful. My Prairie's quite nice. It's got a bit of a squeak to it, but I think that's the pickups on the pony trucks. Then there's my 56 is beautiful. My Pannia's nice. Anything I've got from Bachmann is just so good. What else? I got an old Lord Nelson that split chassis. That's probably, out of all of them, not the best runner, but it is still a very nice runner, My Midland compound is elegant. It's elegant through and through running, and it's so good. What else? C-Class, one of the most, with the Midland compound as well, one of the most beautiful engines I've got. I would get it out, but I just don't want to keep getting locos out that I have to put more away later. I have a couple like that. I have a standard 264 that doesn't like corners at all, needs a fine spring over the pony truck. Fair enough. I had on loan to me, I've done an Ivet with real sound video back along probably a couple years now, and I was loaned a couple of Ivets from Nathan, of all people, and he had 41313 because of course he was at the railway and it was like one of the first engines he'd done, one of them, and it was very good. it had some issues with it being split chassis, but I managed to sort it out. But it had a bit of its backside used to wobble a bit, you know, just wobble side to side a bit, but it was all right really. It's just the split chassis stuff. It's never really been very good anyway, but they still run, you know. My Lord Nelson, the rods fell off. One of the rods kept falling out, and I fixed it by a tiny blob of solder on the pin. Got it directly on the pin, so, you know, just so it's big enough to stop the rod falling off. So that was a bit of precise work with a big-ended, you know, this old thing, which the end's quite chipped down on now. But it's nice, it does the job. I could do with getting a new end for it, but I could do with getting new wire wheels from the Dremel. There's all sorts of stuff I could do with getting, but I just don't get it. Because, to be frank, there's nice locos out there. I put an offer in on an old mainline Colic Goods yesterday, but it never got accepted. Well, I never got accepted, at least since I last looked on the stream. It was meant to end like an hour after I started the stream, so I haven't looked. I doubt it's been accepted, but it's going to be sold soon anyway, with or without a bid. Yep, the rods pushed back. It pushed in all right, you know, a bit of pressure and it was in, but it just kept popping out because it was just about the pin it went on was about the right diameter, you know, as the rod itself, of course, for it to fit, so it just kept coming off. So I needed something big that would stop it coming out. So done that. It's been fine. It ran perfectly fine. It's done a good bit of mileage with that fix on it, and it's fine. There's some little fixes that you can do to get things going that you don't think they're right, but they work, and it sorts it out. To be fair, that I will sort that out. I'm not planning on leaving that loco with just solder wrapped round it. It's definitely not living like that. That's just reminded me, I said I'd do this. All the pinpoints on it. If I can see, yep, and yep. If you haven't got one of these are brilliant. These are brilliant. I've always struggled getting oil down between the gaps of locos down to the axles behind the wheels, and I've used pins and that, but sometimes I just didn't bother because I just found it so awkward. But the needle on it's so fine, you know, you can just get it bang in, perfect. Tiny squeeze on the tube, it drops a bit of oil, and that's done a few locos now. And that's, I know it hasn't done many, but that oil will last because it's so precise. You're putting the right amount on, and it's not gushing out everywhere all over your locos. And because if I can get it, put this one away. It's got an applicator. This is the 3-in-1 stuff that I don't use in them anymore. There's only a bit left in that. But it's got this applicator, but it's rubbish compared to them. Well, Flymo, it took me about 2 years to buy that Gauge Master one. And I thought, I know people haven't been happy with me using this. I thought, well, for the hymek thing, I'll start using the proper stuff and people will be happy. To be fair, I'm just looking at this hymek and the axles are rusty apart from where the pickups are. Yeah. Just spinning the wheels. But yeah, they're very good. We still have 4 people watching my face talking. Is it called the I can't get to sleep? Honestly, doing these live streams late at night is perfect for people, so they can always go to sleep. Gotta love a bit of WD-40. Fixes everything. You know. If your arm is dangling off, then you just spray some WD-40 on it, sorts it out, you know. Do anything. WD-40 fixes anything, you know. I shouldn't have just started repainting the Bardic when the varnish went yellow on the top. I should have just covered it in WD-40 and it would have been fine, you know. Oh dear. To be fair, I'll give this chair credit where it's due. It must be comfy enough because I've been sat in it this long. Oh dear. You know what's funny about I got a new computer last year because the old one was very old and dated and wouldn't run because I do a bit of photography. It wouldn't run Photoshop very well. It wouldn't run Train Simulator very well, so it's a gaming one because the specs I needed had to make it a gaming one. And so my computer comes with a little remote control because the gaming ones tend to have these fancy fans. Mine's got 4 of them with lights in them. You do all sorts of patterns and solid colours and that, and it's fancy stuff. It's not needed. It's nice, it looks nice, but really you could save a tenner, you know, without them, you know. Yeah, I'm losing my Photoshop soon. Have to get rid of it in mid-year, I think it is. It's a shame because I love Photoshop and it's really good, and like you say, it's greedy, but it's a good thing, and there's free alternatives, but the way I edit photos is a way through Photoshop that I don't think the cheaper ones have, well, the free versions have. But I've got it under a license under something else, so it hasn't cost me anything. But I won't have that license soon. So yeah. But it's very good for photography. RGB light control, it's just more electric for all they use. But yeah, like I say, it's not needed. Like, save the money, you know. Make it a bit cheaper, you know. Computers aren't cheap. I was thinking this. People sell all these computers, but computers can be so unreliable. And can be such a pain, you know, but it's not needed, these fancy... I will say, it looks nice. And it does sort of make a light display of, you know, but it's stuff that isn't strictly needed. It's just more things to go wrong, isn't it? There's a free alternative called... Yes, I've seen that. I think I have used it once. There's a thing called GIMP that you can download, which I've used that. But whilst I have a license with Photoshop that didn't cost me anything, I'm using it because it's brilliant. Photoshop's just been excellent to me, and I've put out some good photos. You know, you don't get to see them on YouTube. You never get to see them on YouTube because I don't want to make slideshow videos of, hey, look at Matthew's photography. I post them on Instagram, that's it really, on my own personal account for the sake of doing it, because I go, oh, I'll take a photo, oh, that looks nice, I'll edit that, or, oh, that's edit worthy. Most times if I do a photo shoot and I think the photos are going to turn out awful, they normally turn out the best. Never plan them, just spur of the moment, oh, that'll do good. I had to upgrade this machine to Win 10 at Christmas. Time as 8.1 out of support as the end of month. Browsers were crashing. It's a pain in that. Well, this thing's got 11 now because I got it when Windows 11 not long had come out, so... But it does the job. The old computer used to take me like 10 minutes before I could load up Google, and this thing will do it nearly straight away. It's good, it does the job, and it should last me, hopefully, a long time for how much it costs, you know. Right, Matt, I'm going off now. See you when I see you next. I didn't even realise you were still here, Lewis, so thanks for staying up for as long as you did, and I shall see you... next time. I don't know when I shall see you. Like I said, I'll see you when you see you. Take care, make the best of the rest of your weekend, eh? It's all going 365 now, these edit photo functions now. Yeah, got the latest upgrade and wanted... I've used Microsoft 365 for the sake of, well, if it's all online, I can go somewhere else and access it, and then go on here and access it, you know. But and also, if you log into 365 once, it saves you from separately logging into email, Teams, and all that. You know, you can just ping in one log, you know, use email, password, done. You can access everything under one thing. But I don't know. I think I got PowerPoint for a year, I think, on this computer, because it come with a few fancy things that are free for a year and that. I got something called an Xbox Game Pass that I haven't claimed, that I've got for a year. I've got to claim it by next year, I think it is, which just gives me... No, I think it's only a month, actually. And it's so I can just, if I go on all the games, I can access hundreds of different games for a month and play them. But if you're someone who loves playing, if you're like into gaming and do lots and lots of it and want to play so many different games, I can see why you'd want to pay so much a month instead of spending hundreds in one go. Because you can just go, oh, it's under this Game Pass, I can put in a thing, try it out. If I don't like it, that's it. I'm not wasting all this money paying like 30 quid or something for this game when I can pay like, so much a month for accessing hundreds of them, you know. But if you just want it for a couple of games, it's worth just buying the games, because it just, at first it's cheaper, but then it's just not economical after so long. Yes, it's all online now. I'm at it's with 11 with 365. It's quite good for work. I use Windows 10. Yeah, I think it's quite good, and like the online versions of Word and PowerPoint are all right, but at the same time they're also... I think there's more features to the originals. You know, the online ones are limited on what you can do to an extent of certain things. But yeah, I don't know. Oh dear, what? I've hit a peak in energy now. So I was tired, now I'm perked up again a bit. I've gained a collection of cameras over the last 2 years. I've now got... Is it 3 digital, about 4 film. I've got this little one, which is my most used camera. I use it for everything because it fits in your pocket and it can do some decent photos. Then you've got... I got another, this fully automatic little Canon. It was bigger than that one. And then I got an old, I can't remember what it is, but it's big lens swapping, and I don't use it. It's 18 years old soon, I think, or this year it's 18. It's not got the modern features of the other ones, which makes things a bit easier. Film cameras, I got a little Harman thing. It's like a remake of like an original type. I've got a Kodak Brownie, which needs a little lens on the end of it because was missing, and I never realised until I developed the film, saw that the pictures were beautiful and on the film, but they were ever so blurry. And then I've got an original Zeiss Icon box camera that I think is from the 30s. And then what else is it? Oh, I built a little film camera. I got it for Christmas, which is like a Haynes type kit. I know a chap who hundreds of pounds of Steam games on his PC and the PC crasher in the head. Oh my goodness. I know someone who's spent hundreds of pounds, hundreds and hundreds into Train Simulator, have spent over the equivalent of a 9-to-5 job for 2 years on there. Just Train Simulator, he treats it sometimes like a job, but oh, I couldn't do that. I had it about a year less than him, and I've put barely anything towards what compared to him. I think everyone has. Oh yeah, these iPhones have. Well, a lot of cameras now. iPhones are most popular really for having many cameras, but a lot of these, the Samsungs and Androids and that have multiple cameras on them now. I don't on that one. This one I got, it's got the one for me and the one for everything in front. And this is the only one time I use the one for me. I use the phone if I want to get some basic photos, really. If I want some proper nice photos, I use a proper camera because they're good. This little thing will take good zoom-in photos of the moon and you can see the craters and everything. It's great. I have a credit box brownie from Post-War II. Yes, the in-game purchases mount up. Yeah, I try to limit myself on what I get to. Normally about 2 or 3 things a year for the Train Simulator. The other games I have, the car game I have, everything's in it. You know, you pay the game and that's that. But I limit myself, and then what I end up buying is from external people because I think the stuff off Steam is awful compared to Steam Sound Supreme stuff. Caledonia Works seems quite good. External websites just seem to have better stuff and more worth the money. So I think last year I bought the Pania and the Manor Victory Works ones, and they are beautiful and they are brilliant and I use them all the time. But apart from that, I think that was the only thing I bought. The other day I bought off Caledonia Works. I got an A5 of Caledonia Works. I think it's called an A5, early GNR engine. But I got, so that was 3 engines, and then this year the other day I bought what they call the Beetle Crusher Caledonian 489, I think, or 498, something like that. It's a good engine, and that'll be it until, I got my eye on the King class they're doing because that looked brilliant. And then there's the thought of whenever a 7F is finished, because I quite like 7Fs, but I'm unsure. We shall see. That's good. Try to photograph the moon a few times, even with max zoom. It's still a little white dot. This thing's 40. Oh god, I've only had this in October. It'll be 2 years, I think. No, it must. Yeah. And already the letters are fading where this is seen nearly daily use. It's 40 times optical zoom, and but it'll do over 100 summit zoom digitally. But it's very good. There you go. It's quite a good. It'll go digitally. It'll go to 160 times, but it will proper manually like that. It'll do 40. And then I've got a 45 zoom that'll do good shots of the moon as well. And there was the end of the Santa trains one night, so it was all dark and the moon was out, and it was a blood moon, and I didn't get a brilliant photo because I didn't have a tripod or anything, and I was sort of rushing, but I got a photo of the blood moon and it was very interesting. But yeah, I'm looking at last year's purchase. Had to go back for it's fine now. It's a dapole. I did consider getting one of those a couple of times. It was like, it's one of those things like, oh, should I get one in the future? Yeah, maybe. And then other stuff comes along that's a bit better and you're like, yeah, I want that instead. I would like to get an old DMU because the only DMU I've got is a 153 and I don't run it much because it's modern, and I think if I had something of an older type I would like it more. Five and a half hours I've been going, God. It's stacking up. It's definitely stacking up. What time is it? It's... God. It's alright. That's the correct answer. Nice shot. I bet it's interesting. Some size in the sky, but the fan camera just showed a little white dot again. Yeah, they do. Actually, I'll try and load it up on this camera. You'll hear a few beeps and all that, because it's useful having noises on it, really. I do turn it off sometimes. Oh, I've still got video on here. I need to delete the videos off it, because what I do is I'll film a video for YouTube, and then once it's all been uploaded properly, once it's all been done properly, I delete it off the camera and my phone. Oh, I've beat Bernie's... Oh no. I'll show you the blood moon, but it's not a good camera, not a good photo compared to other stuff I got. It's not going to show off great to you anyway, but you know, you got the tree in front. It's hard to show you it really. I wonder if I turn this light off, if it'd show up better for you. Not really. Better with it, isn't it? But this has got a 128 gigabyte SD card in it, you see. So I've got... there's a little thing that tells me how many photos in that I got left. And I've never seen it fall any lower than 9,999. Which has basically gone the limit, you know. I know it's not showing brilliant on here because it's got reflections and that in the way, but there's that. I'm trying to adjust this LED to see if it shows off any better, but better than my efforts. Nice going. It's alright. I've took them without a tripod. In fact, there's this one. It's hard to show off it. Of course, the camera's struggling. The phone camera is struggling to show you. You see, if you zoom in a bit, you see all the craters on the moon and that. But I took that one without a tripod. Most of them I think I have taken without a tripod, but I started using one because it just means you can get a much steadier shot. I use this tripod here when it hasn't got a big LED ring with a phone adapter on it, which must be interesting. For me, I've got the whole chat loaded up on the screen, so, you know, yeah, I was so pleased to be able to show off this Bardic today on the stream, because I thought, well, I can show it off then. I nearly filmed. I thought I did actually consider making it a video, and then I thought no, because it will double the amount of time it takes to do it, and I was like, I need to get it done. If it took double what it took me actually, oh my goodness, I'd be waiting another feel like forever, you know. Okay, that's an impressive zoom. Oh, that's great. I can make it out. Yeah, it's brilliant. It amazed me, and I think it's amazed many people, you know, how it's managed to pick out that. But it proves you don't need a big fancy camera to get some good shots and photos and videos and all that. Now, I know this isn't the highest quality. I think my phone films at a higher definition, really, than this. But I rather use this because it's actually somewhat a better quality, and it's good. I enjoy it. Well, that's great. Fine pictures. It looks odd having a walking stick pole ready. Yeah, well, I don't. The only photos I think only one occasion I've actually gone out the house to take photos of the moon, or been out the house, and that was when I didn't have a tripod. I'll just open the window, put the tripod up with the camera connected to it, and zoom in and level it right up, which is a bit of fiddling about, because you'll tap it and it's in line, and the slightest of movement can take you right off the moon, you know. And I'll get a nice photo of it. I've got an itchy nose at the moment, it's driving me mad. But yeah, I'd done photography in A-levels, and I proved to them you don't need a big fancy camera to get a good grade and do well in it. Better with the specific kit phones, aren't they? Definitely not. Like I said, I use a phone camera for literally basic photos. If I want to take a photo that I want to show off and be a good photo, I will use a camera. A stick will, in effect, make you... As long as if I ever have to use a walking stick when I'm older, I don't get called a tripod, I'll be happy. Oh dear. Oh dear. I guess this is exactly what drinking some Guinness and staying up late does to me, eh? Oh dear. I did with the, not this hymek, the other one, I was just going to get it, but it's exactly the same as this, really. I did think of putting some black paint in the grills and bit of paintwork here and there and making it look like more, but it's going to have its limit, but make it look a bit more realistic. But I just thought, yeah, it's alright, it looks nice. It's a pleasant thing. Back then, they weren't built to be a bang-on accurate model. They were built as a toy sort of thing. I know people don't like the word toy with model railways, but it's true. Model railways started as toys, and then the adults bought them, and eventually it's become a more professional thing where people want more detail and want things accurate. And that's how it is. It's basically evolved from a kid's toy that ended up adults play with. And look what's come out of it. We've got so many nowadays really accurate, well detailed models. We've got people who make things look grimy and more realistic. It's brilliant, really. And it's an excellent hobby to get into if you like your wallet being empty all the time. Less is more, as they say sometimes anyway. Modellers can build them up a bit better than the railroad stuff. Yeah, true. I think budget model railways had a Hornby Class 25, like the old ring-filled motored one, and I think they painted in the grills and that, and it did really change the appearance of it. And I was looking, because of course we have nowadays, I know this one's actually nearly 18 years old since it was bought. It's literally the 26th this month will be the day it was first purchased, because when I got it, it come with the documents, the guarantee form filled in. The date of purchase was the 26th of January 2005. But anyway, this is a more modern loco. It would be classed as, because Bachmann still make these, to the exact same way they are. But it's brilliant, really. At least with that zoom, you'd see them coming. Yeah, I know what you mean, Adam. I really do know what you mean. I've had some my C class, it was partly detail and partly how much it cost me that made me not want to pick it up. You know, when you've spent a lot of money on something, like your most expensive model sort of thing, you pick it up really carefully because you're like, if I break apart, I have damaged a loco that's cost me so much money and all that. Do you know what? I'm going to talk Hornby range briefly. The new Hornby 2023 range basically just released the Streamline B17, which is very interesting, don't get me wrong. Oh, and the Deltic in Dublo, which I don't know why they've done it in Dublo. I know Bachmann done it, but I like it, but I don't like the price. Well, most things with Hornby now, I don't like the prices in relative to what they are and how old the tooling is, but last year, only 2 new models from Hornby joined the collection, and those were both Sentinels, and I didn't buy them myself. I've gone to Bachmann, basically, which is a shame, because I like Hornby, the company, and all that, but I think it is sadly going a bit downhill, in my opinion, but still. Lima Deltic turned 40 in December. My 55 turned 40 years old. When my Lima Prairies ordered 15 quid's worth of Bachmann parts and fitted them, sandbox injectors, such. Yeah, I think it's amazing how, like, you could take one of these hymeks and you could fit it with pipe work, maybe redo the paintwork on it, settle it down, weather it, fill in the grills black, paint the rooftops a bit black, and little things like that. And it can make such a difference. In fact, I don't have it on me, like, to hand, because I have quite a lot of model railway magazines, but there was a fairly recent railway modeller magazine where Callum Wilcox from SDJL7F88, he had took, I think it was like a non-runner 2P, and he weathered it up and that, and it looked as if it was, you know, say like one of these Bachmann Prairies, not you know, one of these. And it's amazing how you can make an old loco look fairly new. 100. Yeah, and a lot of things, if it's got sound fitted, it's if it's, you pay DCC, right, say the loco's 100, what did I pay for my Hunslet that's coming soon? 110 quid. Say you bought a tank engine for 120 quid. That's, yeah, 120 quid. You think, oh, that's good. You know, it's expensive, but, you know, DCC fitted nearly adds 100 quid. Sound fitted adds so much more money. It's stupid nowadays. Yes, silly money. Yeah, it's where some of the additional pieces can be used too. Dear. But yeah, prices are stupid. I think I've only ever had 2 locos that made me consider trying the ECC sound, and that was my 94XX, and I can't remember what the other one was, or if there was another one, but I wouldn't touch DCC. I wouldn't touch it. I think, especially as the prices are going up, I've basically stopped buying large engines brand new now. The largest engine I bought in the last 1.5 years or something like that, maybe 2 years. The biggest engine I bought was my C-Class, which, if you don't know, is an 060 tender loco. And I've basically stopped buying big engines and gone to small ones. I think I missed Callum's article in Railway Modeller. I have the January edition, not read it yet. Callum, yes, Flymo. I can't remember what issue it was. It was a little bit bad. I've met him a few times because he comes to the railway now and then, and had a little conversation with him, because when the Planet Industrial's Victory arrived, he showed me a photo, like, when he received the sample for the magazine. He said, I've only took it out the box and had a look at it, and that's that. And he said it was beautiful. He said he loved it. And he just showed me a photo, you know. And it was before anyone else got them. But yeah, I think I got Oxford's last year, 27 last year, needed repair on arrival. Blimey. I find Oxford quite good as such because their wagon prices have stayed lower and better detail, I think. Because I was bought a... Oh, I forgot what it's called now. It was like a one plank wagon, basically. I think it was. Maybe not even that. It was like a flat wagon anyway, for a little with a little container on top that you could take off and on. And that container's light, so it would slide about as well a little bit. And it cost 23 quid. And then I went and got an Oxford banana van for 16, I think it. Well, I got a little bit off it actually. And that what was it? It was excellent. The tiniest of paint difference is just on a line there with a tiny bit of paint on it, but the rest is black. And the pipe work, it's not just the vacuum pipes on the ends. It come with chain link couplings, which is brilliant. But it's not just like a vac pipe on the end. Underneath, you flip it so that you can follow where the pipe goes all the way through to the brake cylinders and through to the other vac pipe. It was the steam heat pipes, everything. It was like I was, apart from the text on the bottom saying Oxford Rail, I felt like I was looking at a real thing that's just been shrunk. And it was brilliant. I'm so impressed with the Victory, just perfect. I haven't got one. I was tempted, but I didn't get one. I think they're very good as a base model. As a summit that you can... Well, that's the intended purpose. It's basically a plain model for you to make your own and make into something. And I love that. And I love that concept. And I think other manufacturers should look into possibly doing that. Like the Rapido Hunslets, I feel like maybe they should have made a few... Maybe even if it was just one or two plain liveries. I think they did do actually one plain livery. I might be wrong. But look into doing more plain liveries... no coal and stuff, sell it a bit cheaper and let people make it their own. And I think it would be such a good catch. He's quite a model. Yeah, he's very good. He's very good. He's done some good work. It's nice to see him and have a little chat to him now and then. I think the first time I saw him, I was on the Sentinel. Surprise for me. Stood on the Sentinel, cleaning it. It was the first day I cleaned that Sentinel, and probably the first time it was cleaned for a long time. He was happy. He had a nice conversation with me about, I was cleaning Sentinel and blah, 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 what I'm doing and all this. And he was very happy. He's a very good chap to talk to and very friendly. We got a photographer now for our rail. She volunteers. She's a volunteer. She said she wants to volunteer, help out the railway, but she wouldn't be any good for the mechanical side in the workshop. And she said, how about she does her photography, because she's a professional photographer who does weddings, companies and all that, like a proper photographer. And she'd go around, take photos for the railway, and they can use them for nothing and just post them on Facebook. And I've had photos of me done and all that, and they're great people. Her and a bloke who does the drone footage, and he's hung out with them and they've been very nice, and the photographer's brilliant. I've got some very nice photos of me with... I got one during the Santas of me leaning out the side of the Sentinel, grease top hat on, original driver's jacket, shirt, tie, and it's snowing and the Ivert's up the line just parked up, simmering away, and it was just beautiful and perfect. Nice stuff. It's a nice logo. Managed to not break the detail. That's good. Yeah, I've seen the AutoCAD pics and wondered if we had to paint them ourselves anyway. I've got the plain back version and immediately chopped it. Oh yeah, I remember you were like, well, I got it and it's arrived and I'm going to chop it up and make it this. And wasn't it 666 you were making it into? Because I said about the devil. Oh yes, the photographer will get some great angles, nice to have around, especially on open days. Yeah, and they come during the gala, and they come for a ride on the trains and that, but they're brilliant people in general to just talk to and that, and I talk to them all the time in general, and like if you get some nice, it's nice to see people help out the railway, and you also take home some lovely photos of, of like yourself with the railway, and it's stuff you can show the family, and it's something that future generations can look at and go, this was Matt when he was a bit younger working on the Sentinel, or with L92, because there's photos of me with L92 in the front at the station, and me cleaning the Iver. There's all sorts, and there's like purposeful poses, where it's like step back, stand there and smile and all that, but then she'll also capture natural poses, me talking and just smiling, and it's all natural. And there's a photo I've actually set on my computer because it's a really nice photo. It's just, I was just thinking, and I was talking and was thinking, I was just looking down like this, and again I had long hair at the time, well, not like down here sort of long hair, but it was like it is now, a bit longer. Just looking down, it was just natural shot, and it's lovely, and I like the mix of natural and purposeful sort of thing. I talk to everyone at events, even if they don't reply. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's nice to talk to people. You always get good conversations. Then you end up picking up on certain people, and you end up recognising them, even if it's out the railway, and you talk to them, and it's just such a good community in general. That's a portfolio, Matt. Great guy. Yes, it's brilliant. It's a good build-up. It shows the history of not only the railway, but yourself within the railway. It documents that you were there and you made a difference. And it's nice to see. And, post-winter hair neat and tidy. Know that. Well, I was going to have it... For me, I'm unlucky with my hair. It always needs cutting when the winter's about. And I go, well, I don't want it cut for the winter because, let's be honest... It's only a little bit longer, but you only have it a bit shorter, but it keeps a bit more heat in. So I'd rather wait till the spring and have long hair and snip any bits if I need to, than keep it short and get colder. But yeah, I've got some nice photos, and it's been nice to show people and that, and then... It puts a smile on your face when you go online and you see the railway post a photo and it's of you and you're there and you're like, this is nice to show that it's about me. Like, they'd done a post about all the volunteers and shown their dedication, and I was like the first 2 pictures on there, and it was just so nice to see. And it's nice, not only just, like I say, for yourself, but it helps the railway, and it's nice to know you've helped something. And like I say, you do take some nice photos with you along the way. I've took plenty of photos at the railway. I got photos of the Santa trains that come out beautiful as steam, and you've just got to be in the right place at the right time, and I've been lucky a few times. Exactly, we lose a lot of heat from the head. Yeah, something to show, or just be proud of yourself. Well, you say about keeping the heat from your head. If I reverse slowly, I must look quite funny doing this. I've got 9 flat caps. And I've been gaining flat caps for ages. And this was my first ever one. And they say it's a winter cap. And I sometimes have to take it off in the winter because it's so thick, it builds so much heat that, to be fair, I could cut my hair really short because it keeps in so much heat and it's so nice and warm and toasty. Like, I'll probably have to take it off in like 15 minutes time if I kept it on. And it's just good, it's just nice. I've got 9, there's one for the railway, different thicknesses, and then there's like, I'll wear this one for a bit with this pattern, and but it's nice cap. Still wear it, still fits, and I've had it since I was a younger lad. There's a photo of me like down, well, I can't show you, but when I was really little with it on, because my grandparents bought it me back in Yorkshire, and there's a photo of me leaning over the wall looking down, train spotting. Because that's where I used to train spit. I never spat at trains, I promise. That's where I used to watch trains when I was little. I'd stand at Halifax in Yorkshire, looking down. Twonkfield Railway has a film of the Dartmouth Spectacular on his channel. Yep, so he's a volunteer at East Somerset with me, but the man in charge of the sheds down at East Somerset is also like a mechanical engineer, like manager down at Paynton and Dartmouth Railway, and some apprenticeship opportunities come up. I wanted to take one, but I couldn't do all the travelling, sadly. He took it, so he works down there, you see, and he will go. It'll be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, because every Wednesday they've got to go to college under the apprenticeship. And he'll do the work in there at the railway, and then he'll travel up on his boat. I'm talking a load of rubbish now. He'll drive down from Devon to Somerset, just to go to the railway one day of the weekend. So he'd do like 5 days a week of railways, and then on his day off he'd probably be doing something. He's very much like me in the sense that he's always doing something. So yeah, I've always got projects. But I'm glad to see that hymek done. I know I've got a little bit to do on it now, but that can wait a week or so. And the Bardic lamp I'm so happy it's done. It looks lovely. It looks very smart and presentable, and it's just nice to get it done, because I have so many projects to do and it takes up a load of time. I'm off to sleep now. Thanks for the great stream, Matt. Night Flymo. Good night, Chris. Take care. Oh well, it's his weekend. Nice to be busy. Oh yes, I'm very much like that. I love to be busy and I love to have things to do, but the thing is, I sometimes get stuff to do and then I'm like, oh god, I've got so much to do. And I just need to remember you've got time to do things, and sometimes you can forget it and then go, oh, panic. But yeah, I've got stuff to do. Yeah, night Chris, take care. Thanks for staying on the stream so long. We've been going literally 3 minutes away from 6 hours, so it's been brilliant. Chris has been brilliant. He's been here since the start of the stream. It's been amazing, really. I don't know how he done it. He's coped listening to me so well. I must do a semi-good stream then. I must host a semi-good stream. I was about to say maybe I should swap the locos over, but the locos to swap it with is a prairie and a hymek. I'll swap it with a van. The thing with the van is I've got to turn a form of light on so you can see it. There you go. Yeah, that's a nice van, that. It's got a weathered roof on it, and it's very nice. I'm very glad I won it, and I was very shocked that I won it, actually. Actually, right now, I forgot it really. I had the hat on, but it's made me nice and warm. I'm already warming up. The thing with having me longer hair, though, is that I'll do all my hair, brush it nice and that. I'll put the hat on and get these little wings that stick out the back, Yay, Bernie's going to be on all night if he finds out. It's been great chatting with you. Nice to catch up. Yes, it's been brilliant, Flymo. I've enjoyed it. I'm definitely going to run this stream into 6 hours. I'm glad to. But I will probably cut off not in a short time. It's whenever you're finished now, Flymo, really, because you're the only one viewing, apparently. So it says one person watching, so it'd be just you. And we are literally 1 minute away. I got the short back and sides. Oh yeah, that's a popular style now, isn't it? Not like really tall on the top, but short round the sides and back, and then a bit on the top. I noticed that. I just go chuck it all off, let it grow back. I've got a cap on every time people see me, so they only see the sides really. So it doesn't matter how big it is under here, because no one sees. Everywhere I go, I wear a cap. Of course, like I said, no one sees it because I'm indoors filming normally. In the times I don't wear one. But yeah. Yeah, this thing's been with me for God knows how long now. It's been a very good cap and lasted me a good time, so... I've been getting that haircut for most of my life, flat across the top, rockabilly style. Yeah, I tend to stick with a standard, chuck it all off. It'll grow back, chuck it all off again. We've been going for 6 hours. 6 hours and 15 seconds. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Yes, I've enjoyed it. I've spent 2 hours working on the loco. 2.5, about 10 minutes running it, so most of the stream now has been me sat here chatting, so do you know what, I enjoy this sort of style. I've never done it before, but do you know what, I'm enjoying it, just sitting, chatting and doing whatever, show off a couple locos in front of you and natter on. They're not cheap, those cats. My granddad used to work for Dunn & Co, who made them in Glasgow. Others took it up. This was bought... This one was bought when I was little. I'm trying to think now. I don't know if it was York or not. I know it was a market in Yorkshire, you see. A Yorkshire market, but it's a very nice and thick material, lovely and warm. It's probably... It's got to be my favourite, really, because of, you know, it's the first and it's a very decent cap and it's still going, and only a bit of the peak inside is broke a bit on the tiniest of corners. I got my second one that I don't wear anymore because that's got too small, and that's nearly white. It used to be very dark blue and it's gone very pale now. But yeah, I've got others that I just don't wear that much. I normally just pick a standard and I'll wear that one for like a few months before I change to another. So yeah. But it was my grandfather who got me into my caps, and he had one very much like this, nearly identical. And that's why I wanted one, and I was bought one by my grandmother, and I've been wearing them since. It's been a part of me. It's the thing is, I sort of, you know, I've sort of stuck with me, and I've been known for my caps now, for being out and about in the cap, because not everyone wears them. And I remember a family member talking to an elderly lady, and she says she always remembers me for my flat cap, and she said, you know, back in the day, all the men wore the flat caps and the women used to wear, I can't remember what she said, but it's very smart, Matt. Beats talking to yourself. Thanks, Flymo. It's fits nice and snug, you know, keeps all the heat and well. I'm nice and toasty under here already, you know. Thinking of doing like a full-on, just a walk out in the winter, and it's already cooking. To be fair, a normal thinnish hat will do well. It's very smart, Matt. Yeah. You've passed the 6 hour mark. And yes, definitely. Well, 4.5 wasn't it like 4 hours 15? My record was previously, but now it's gone 1 in the morning. God, yeah. But lately I've been like that. Well, as you know, in Alan's streams when he's been staying up a bit extra late. What's Alan's record, Flymo? No, I don't think I want a chance beating his record. Something tells me I don't want to do that. Oh dear. But no, it's alright. But yep, 6 hours and 4 minutes, so I don't know if it will include the first 10 minutes when the Wi-Fi was just like, oh, I'm Wi-Fi now, I'm not. Around 5 hours too. Oh, so I'm beating Alan too, God. Yeah, but I've enjoyed it. It hasn't really felt like I've done much, really, because I feel like I've done a nice evening project that I like to always do, and now I'm just chatting away and doing what I do best. I like talking. I love having good conversations, and I don't, you know, I'm not out and about all the time to do it. So the railway's the best place. The most I normally talk about railways to people. And then they probably think, oh, for God's sake, why doesn't he shut up? But with YouTube, everyone has the choice of running away from me, yeah. Well, I'll probably be on Alan's stream tomorrow night, but I won't be on till like this time if he's on till late, I should probably... Well, I got to get up Monday morning, haven't I? So, the fun Monday morning wake up. Well, I hope it sorts itself out in the upload. I have the warning I will talk about trains to Yeah, I could do with some of them. Yeah. Me neither. But, well, Alan can stay on quite late. Well, I've stayed on quite late. Well, you must have been watching for a good while now. A few hours probably. Anyway, it's time to refill the cup and fill the hot water bottle. Are you off then, Flying Mo? A.K. Adam? I must probably be one of the only channels you're not a moderator on. I don't set people as... I think I set a couple people back along, when even though my streams were barely working sort of thing, because I made the channel to stream and I just haven't done it. Never been able to do it, and now I can, and I'm just enjoying it. I just do it when I can, really. But I haven't got I wanted the computer set up originally, but I haven't, but it's worked fine. I've got to have the computer to set moderators and all that. So yeah, we've got another person on here now, but I'll warn you now, I won't be up for very long now, probably another 5 minutes. If Adam's off, then I'll be off soon. I'll put a few bits and bobs away and zonk out, I think. I'll have a nice sleep, I think. I don't want to take this cap off now, I'm nice and warm. Oh dear. Yeah, since before 10 p.m. Easy done, lol. Don't worry about the moderator thing. I haven't seen the Space Invaders in for a while. I've been quite lucky, really. I don't really get stuff like it. I'll probably jinx that now, touch wood. If I ever have stuff like that, I've got to log in on the computer and set someone up, Because I'd probably set Chris's one, you see, as well. But like I say, I've got to have the computer running. The Wi-Fi was playing up when the computer was on, so, I'm a bit stuck with that, but I'm not fussed. But yeah, you've been here for a good while, the Flymo. Like I said, Chris has been here from basically the start, so it's been brilliant. It's been a very good stream, Yeah, I've enjoyed it though. I've had a nice set of conversations with people. I've had we had Lewis, Dan, Joe. We've had 4 people from the railway come on and chat and have a natter, which has been nice because I haven't spoken to Nathan for a little while, really. Haven't had a proper conversation with him really for a while. Haven't seen him for a while, to be honest. Well, I saw him once during the Santas, and that was probably for about 5-10 minutes, because he come up from the shed when I was on the Sentinel, naturally. I practically live on the Sentinel now. Oh dear. Well, it got referred to as my engine, sort of. Well, the boss of this shed, he went, "When are you cleaning your engine?" My so-called decision when it gets repainted too, which is brilliant. I think that's amazing to think that I could choose. The owner of it, he's basically, it's ours to use. He said he understands that it'd get a bit worn and a bit used. He's like, it's just an engine for us to help us out. So I think I got more of a following of it than the owner. I've enjoyed it too, Matt. It's been good meeting new folks, and you've caught up with the folks all the better. Yes, it's all been brilliant. I think it's useful having streaming. I think it's great. I think you get to meet so many people, as well as like joining the railway. It builds your confidence. You meet so many new people. I think I dented my finger as well, actually. I've just seen that from touching hot brushes. Anyway, yeah, I've just had a good time out of it now. I've been rolling for 6 hours 10, so I should probably shut the stream off very, very, very soon now. So this is I must have beat Alan and Bernie now. So, well, nice work on the hymek. I will watch back to see the bits fly. I think only a couple bits went flying. But yes, it did take a couple of hours, but if you want to scroll through and skip ahead tomorrow or something, or whenever, then feel free. But yeah, it's been great talking to you, Flymo. It's Adam. I keep forgetting. I know your name, but I always forget to say it. Yeah. But yes, it's been a good stream. I've enjoyed it. And this hymek is, I won't say as good as new, because new condition wouldn't have missing parts and that, but still. There you go, that's it with its first load behind it since my ownership, but... Oh, that's a lie, actually. I had the chassis with some coaches. I'm in for it if they find out. I will do, Matt. Cheers for having me. Flymo hasn't hit a strike yet either. Yeah, it's been good talking to you, Adam. I shall... I think I shall shut the stream off soon, because I think it's hitting the time I should sleep. Can I shut that off? Not really. What if I just put the Bardic on, you know? Can you see? Got the go ahead. Okay, good night, Matt. Sleep well, sir. Yep, take care, Adam. I shall talk to you probably tomorrow on Alan's stream, and probably in the future on one of my streams. The next stream should be running more diesels than steam. A couple steam engines are planned, including Joe's Prairie if he pops on, and a standard 5. And then I'll run this, probably double head it with the other hymek. And I'll do some... a Class 66 rail tour, and there's a Class 25 freight train I think I'm doing. So yeah, I shall see you next time, Adam. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and like I said, I'll talk to you soon. I'm near to finishing this. I think I shall shut it off when I finish this can. Night, Adam. Take care. You can just see me popping my head over the hymek. It must have been funny earlier every time I disappeared, and I was just disappearing into a hymek. That's a lovely wagon I'll run. $1A20, but to you it says Osse. From the blur here, the sheen of the light, it looks like it says OSAP. Lol, I'd love a real one. I think we'd all love a real engine. Night, Adam, take care. Well, seeing as Adam is disappearing, there seems to be 2 people on the stream right now. Whoever's watching... Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but I'm going to have to end the stream in 1 minute. I'm going to let it hit 15 minutes, so why not? I think it's the right way. Oh, so just to me, it's the wrong way around then. Well, I've enjoyed talking to everyone, having a good conversation. Hope you've all enjoyed watching the hymek. I know I only showed a little bit of it running, but I don't want to strain it too much on the little tweak I had to do to get it run today. I shall let the owner know tomorrow in the morning, sending him a video of it running, and he will be ever so delighted to see it because he was very happy to see the Avonside engine running. So yeah, thank you all for watching this stream. I'm so glad you have all tagged along, and I'm glad if you're rewatching it, thank you for watching, and God almighty, how have you stayed on this long? If you skip through, I wouldn't be surprised because, let's be honest, it's been going 6 hours 15 minutes, so you know it's been a hefty stream. So yeah, I think that's me, and I shall see you all next stream. I don't know when it will be, just when I can, and it will be most likely a Saturday night. So yeah, cheers again, Matt. Yeah, that's it, Adam. And that's me done. So I was going to say good night, good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Get some good sleep down you, and wake up and have a good day. That's it, and that's me out. Cheerio for now. Got to do all this button pressing now. Stop. Do you wish to stop broadcasting? I think I do. Cheerio. Oh, it's got another one. Finish event. You can either keep the event and resume it later, or finish the event and archive it on YouTube. I'm going to finish it. Again.